Alrighty, we're back. Yeah, let's see here. We could upgrade our weapon a whole bunch, but I don't want to blow Pontiff out of the water. Green dude, hey Beto, what's up, man? Might wait just a second to fight Pontiff because I know not everyone is in the chat yet. But yeah, +5 is probably lower than they expect you to have, but it's probably alright. Kind of want Pontiff to live for a while, so I have to actually get good at the fight. I haven't fought him in so many years, man. Kind of excited. Probably been like 2 or 3 years to be like that. I think it was before Elden Ring. I do the one side area that I forgot to do here. I must say, Lucerne has been a pretty good weapon. You know, it's no Dragon Slayer axe, but it's pretty solid. Oh, speaking of which, we should loot the Dragon Slayer axe. It's on the bridge. Early morning Dark Souls stream, yep. Don't have a whole lot to do today, so I was like, you know what, let's play some Dark Souls. I don't know how they expected anyone to find that. Although, I think I found it on my first playthrough, but it was like an accident. Like, it was like killing the crystal lizard or something, and I just happened to get it. See, that enemy, I really think... And this is kind of an issue I have with a lot of the Souls games. A lot of the enemies can have good movesets, but it's so possible to just, like, lock them down. And then if you fight multiple enemies and you can't lock one of them down like that, then you can't really interface with them, because when there's 2 enemies attacking at the same time and stuff, like, you don't really have a window to do anything. There's a lot of ways to fix these problems. You know, bosses get around it by not being staggered very often, but you want that, like, that flow, that back and forth, you know, you find the times for you to attack and when you need to dodge their stuff. Like, having enemies with interesting movesets, but then you never interact with the moveset because you just unlock them, is not the best. But that's not unique to Dark Souls 3, the whole series has this problem. Like, she did 2 attacks there. Yeah, these games have never been designed for multi-enemy combat. I would say the one game that is the closest to that is Night Rain. Because you have... Hey, Kiba. Watch out for my epic moveset, iframes. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of cool enemies that, like, you really want to get in there and deal with their moveset, and you just don't. So this weapon is the best, like, early mid-game weapon in the game, and it holds its own even if you're high level. Like, there's nothing wrong with this weapon at a high level. This is just a crazy good weapon. It's my favorite design in the entire game, and I actually wish it wasn't so good. I truly wish this thing, because what sucks is it's not good because of the moveset, really. The axe moveset in this game is just okay. It's nothing amazing. It's better than the moveset in Elden Ring, but it's just like okay. The moveset is like, oh, it's okay, right? Nothing crazy, but it's all right. But the reason it's good is just because its damage is through the fucking roof, and it doesn't need scaling to do it. So you make it raw, you don't level up your stats any higher than the bare minimum to use this thing, 1814, and this thing's damage is just crazy high. But yeah, I've used this thing many times, but yeah, it just makes me sad because I use it because I love axes, and this is my favorite axe, right? And then most people use it because it's just OP as fuck, and you know, we are not the same, and it makes me sad. But we've used that plenty of times in the past. So we might use it later on, like maybe when we do the DLC or something, just because I do like it, and if I don't use it at all, I'm gonna be mad. But yeah, we'll stick with Lucerne. It's been fun seeing its performance. Look at all these weapons, man. This weapon is probably, even with Elden Ring and everything, this is in Dark Souls 2. One of the most unique weapons they ever made, and was crazy fun in PvP. So much fun in PvP. And it was fun to fight generally in PvP too. But they destroyed it in this game. It had a super unique like one of a kind setup. When you would do its R2s during like the wind up, there were certain parts of it that had block frames, and the R2 was kind of slow, but you could aim it while it was charging and stuff. And it just had a lot of interesting, unique mix-up potential. Just like such an interesting weapon. And yeah, in this game, it's just the generic ultra great sword moveset. Nothing special about it at all. But yeah, it sucks, and it's no equivalent of it is in Elden Ring, so it's a pretty much Dark Souls 2 exclusive in terms of like the gameplay. They've never had anything like it again. And it was pretty bad. It was very strong, but I would say it was pretty balanced. Like there were a lot of other really good weapons, so it didn't dominate too much. Okay. Don't really need this, I don't think. Alright, I think it's Pontiff time. Now, I could go upgrade my weapon to like +8 or +9 or something. But, hell, actually, I might be able to max it out. If I just go grab a slab. But, I don't want to do that. We'll stick with our +5 and keep Pontiff nice and hard. We won't parry either, because that makes the fight too easy. Because phase 1 is the hardest phase, I would say. Not that phase 2 is a joke or anything, but if you parry, you can get through phase 1 so much easier, and have all your flasks for phase 2 and stuff. So we don't want to do none of that. Not that there's anything wrong with just playing the game efficiently and all that. It's just I played the games enough that I want to make sure I enjoy the enemies' movesets. This atmosphere is amazing. I deserve that. Woo! I was cutting that close. Lucerne's a bit slower than a lot of the weapons I'm used to, so I'm not always getting away with what I normally would. I thought there was a second part to that. Oh, there's the big boy. I forgot to use my weapon buff. Ooh, boy. I deserve that one too. Yeah, I deserve that one too. It's because I'm doing the roll for the previous hit just slightly too late, and then I'm getting the roll right after. I tell you, if you want to learn this boss's moveset, you should really fight him for a while without even trying to attack, and you'll start to like see which attacks have follow-ups, so you know when you can like swing. That's the tricky part. Most of his attacks have like travel times, so they're reasonable, but it's hard to know like which attacks, strings keep going and which ones you're like, oh yeah, I can punish this. That's definitely punishable. That's not. I kind of want to do phase 1 again because we really didn't do that hot. Ooh. This music is so good. Honestly, his moveset is just awesome. It's like so much fun. The main issue is his stats just aren't high enough. Like, I'm level 39 with a +5. That's nothing. And I can kind of just strong arm this guy. Like, you can use that shield we got earlier, and you can block a lot of his attacks. Makes the fight a lot easier. But this is a much better moveset, I think, than a lot of the bosses. Like, I think it's a more intricate, interesting moveset than Dancer. It's just his stats just aren't quite high enough to support it. And a lot of his attacks are more fair than Dancer's. Dancer's got a lot of fire off like a laser bullshit. Too slow. Huh, that happens every once in a while. They'll get out of sync like that. I think I have a save file that I can reload to fight Pontiff again. I need to do that. I need to make a character that has as many boss fights available as possible. Like a Dragon Slayer armor and Pontiff. And you can do Aldridge right after and things like that. Like Gundyr. Kev Osiris maybe already dead because fuck Osiris. That way you can just like jump on and enjoy the boss fights and then reload the save when you're done. I could have dodged that. I was just too late on the draw. Oh yeah, he's so easy to parry. If you just want to beat the boss, yeah, you just parry the shit out of him. It's really easy. And there are a lot of ways to make Pontiff kind of a joke, but trying not to do that because I like him a lot. Man, I'm sad I beat him in one try, and I didn't even play that good. It's just, yeah, his stats aren't high enough. They don't really ever explain why some of the bosses are big. And, like, you have bosses like Gale that just get bigger when you fight them. You know, you could just guess it's like maybe they have more souls or power or whatnot, but you can have a lot of souls and stuff and you don't get bigger. So I would say it's pretty overwhelmingly, it's a gameplay thing. You know, if you ask Miyazaki, he could probably bullshit a reason, but I think it's mainly because it's just clarity. I don't even think it's like being cool. I think it really is just clarity. You need to be able to see what the fuck the boss is doing and stuff like that. And you want them to be intimidating and that kind of stuff. Dr. Deus, thank you for the 49 months, dude. Now, chat, I would go fight Dragon Slayer Armor right now because I think he's a bit more fun than Aldridge. But if we beat Aldridge, we can get our pants. Which, yeah, I want my pants. Because, I'm tired of looking silly here. Okay, I'm gonna put on the shield ring because I have a feeling I'm gonna get shot in the face by a great bow. We should also grab the simple gem real quick. I mean, I have pants. They don't look good. Look at this. I got all this, like, knight armor on. All this metal, and then I've got like sweatpants on. We gotta fix that. And like the rest of the set looks like a little ragged, you know, like a little rugged, if you will. But the bottom is just so run down. Nice jeans. I'm really impressed with Lucerne though. Like it's definitely not as good as Dragon Slayer Axe, and maybe not even as good as like Reinforced Club and stuff. But it's pretty solid. It's been a little tricky to use though. Like I got hit, I'd say 4 times or so in Pontiff there, where I'm used to a weapon that's just a little bit faster. I'm not like adjusted to this thing as well as I could be. How much damage this does? Well, I thought I would stagger him with that, so I wouldn't have to worry about the thing, the crab, but full weapon art, no stagger. Bullshit. What I should have done to be safe was have done the weapon art right after he had whiffed. Especially the grab. Then I would have maximized my ability to do the spin. Alright, there's a lot of loot in this place. But let's get through it kind of quick, because I wanna fight some bosses. I can do the filler off stream if I need to. Although we could show off the beast guys down below and like the praying animation. Those ones have more health, so it's a bit easier to show it off. Man, I PvP'd in this zone so much. This was fun place. It was really fun at like a level 120, where I played at it the most, but it was also fun at level 60 or so. Oh, I should grab the ash over here. I'd probably kill that other silver knight if I'm gonna have to. Well, fuck it, ignore them all. You. Probably a good time to put cat ring on. That lets you buy large shards. But anyway, yeah, this zone was really fun at 60 and 120. The only zone I spent about as much time in, and maybe more, hard to say, is Cathedral of the Deep. God, I love Cathedral of the Deep PvP. And then after those, then it would be Catacombs. I definitely played a good bit in Catacombs. Pretty easy to get to Aldridge if you just run through. I want this armor set in Elden Ring. It sucks because they're adding stuff from past games in the Tarnish edition, and you know, some people are bitching about that, but I don't give a fuck, man. I just want cool fashion options. But they don't seem to be adding this one or anything. I don't think they're adding anything from 3, really. They're adding Lucatiles, which that I guess the devs just like Lucatile, because it's a pretty random set to add, honestly. And like, I like Lucatile, she's fine, no problem, but that's just out of all the NPCs, that is a kind of a random one. Man, I didn't even use my blessed weapon on Pontiff. I could have done more damage. That's why I didn't upgrade my weapon, though, because even with the +5, that was a little faster than necessary, I would say. I need this guy to die quick before the other Silver Knight gets here. I was really hoping that would stagger. Deserve that. I am really overestimating my poise damage here. Then I thought I would kill him. Too much greed. Okay. Anri has to live, which is honestly really annoying because although she's like an okay NPC, she's not that good at dodging the spells, and Aldridge really likes big spammy spell bullshit that she'll just stand in and die. You can get bad luck sometimes, and then she can just get eviscerated. Wrong button. God, I cannot. So often I'm clicking the Elden Ring buttons. It will not stop. And then I'll go back to Elden Ring, and then I'll start clicking the Dark Souls 3 buttons. It's gonna be insane, dude. You know, I should probably upgrade my weapon for this fight, just so, because when you're fighting with Anri, it's time limited. Like you're on the clock with her health. They definitely want you to upgrade your weapon at this point because they give you that ash that can buy the large shards. Also, I have the cat ring on. Bad at switching. And re-healed the boss. Love it. The fire on the ground is the only part of this fight I don't like. Just stalls you too much. Never like boss mechanics that just make you wait. It's just shitty. Oh, fuck. She's getting wrecked. Though so is the boss. I think we're getting some Leo ring hits in. Yeah, I find the fight with Anri here harder than the actual boss fight, just because keeping her alive can be a bit rough, especially at low level. At high level, it's not really that big of a deal, but... Alright. Now, I'm not sure if I have to kill Aldridge to progress her quest. Yeah, Demon Souls and Dark Souls thankfully have extremely similar setups. So, I guess we'll just kill Aldridge real fast here. We're already here. This is the saddest moment in the whole series. This is like making me so sad when I walked in here. Like, I played Dark Souls 1 a lot. And Londo was the PvP zone. So, like, the giant was always there. And you normally would use him when you wanted to upgrade a new weapon you wanted to use in PvP or whatever. Giant bro. Aldridge done fucked up, man. This part is very annoying. Those three can just be in sync in a way that there really is no frame to get damage in. Dork. So let's see. We got to kill Aldridge. Yorm. We already killed the Abyss Watchers. Who am I forgetting? I feel like there's another throne person. But then we want to do like Osiris, armored Dragon Slayer armor, whatever it's called. Oh fuck, I thought he waited until you opened the door. Nobody likes this guy. What is he do? He's wasting my buff is what he's doing. Up and just a little bit too slow. Get fucked! Oh, that animation got messed up because of the steps. At least it worked, though. That's disgusting. Alright, let's, like, upgrade the weapon maybe twice. Weird ass dog. Yep. Those two, because you fight two of them in the game, they're like close followers of Aldridge. All right. We could check if we could get our pants. I'm honestly curious if it's tied to... Like, you have to do the summon we just did, but then you might have to kill Aldridge yourself as well. Alright, we'll go +7. That seems reasonable to me. But yeah, I could just upgrade the hell out of this thing if I wanted to. Let's see. So... yeah, there's not as many as I thought. It's just Abyss Watchers, which are like free. Like, you don't have to go out of your way to find them at all. And we're about to do Aldridge, so you just have to do Yorm, really. That's kind of out of the way. Okay, she gave us her sword, so I think she's at Cathedral of the Deep now. And she, like, knows she's gonna go hollow. Messed up, man. Yeah, the only ways to air quote save Henri is if you do the Londor ending, but I think she gets like brainwashed or something. It doesn't seem great. I think it's a kind of cool detail that, like, they still use stance and all that with the broken sword. Boy, they did not have a good time there. Lucerne has been incredibly good for taking out NPCs. The AI just doesn't deal with the range very well. God, I still can't believe that gravity death we had in like on the Cathedral of the Deep with that elevator shaft. That was... man, that was wild. Hey, rip Henri. Cool character. Rip Horus, dude. Good shield. Man, if we wanted to, we could use Dragon Slayer Axe, make it raw, and I could already upgrade it so high, and we would just melt fucking everything. Alright, yeah, you have to buy the armor here. Alright, let's see. I didn't have the Leo ring equipped when I'm kind of glad because we killed Pontiff kind of too quickly anyway. I was kind of surprised at the damage. I thought it was because of Leo ring, but for both Pontiff and Aldridge, I didn't have the Leo ring on. Wow, that is crazy. There's this helmet as well. I like them both, but honestly, I think I like this one more. They're very similar, but I do kind of like this one more. But the pants, not even close. This is so much better. The gloves, same deal. Both chests are good, but this gives you Dark Souls 1 vibes. But we'll stick with this one. I think eventually we'll do like Drake Blood and Thorns. That's kind of my jam. What class you choose? This is Knight. I normally go Knight in this game. They have a good stat spread for like PvP and stuff, which we're not really PvPing this time, but it's a pretty optimal class for stat distribution. I don't know why you thought that would be appropriate to just randomly say in a Dark Souls stream. People. I see. What we're talking about, Iron-Blooded Orphans? Oh, you mean Henri and Horus? Yeah, they are orphans. So I believe the Elite Knight set is steel and not iron. Actually, if you knew the lore, ow. Okay, bad start. Really bad start. Just bad RNG with the shit he's doing. Man, I'm wasting my weapon buff. Bro's stalling me out over here. Dude, imagine if I actually upgraded my weapon all the way, like... Jeez. I want to use that ring, increase my weapon buff duration or something. Maybe I should just bring greases, though, so I can apply it quickly. Okay, little bro. If you could stop just running around like a maniac, that would be great. Don't you do that. Don't you put that fucking bow down, young man. I hate this version of the attack. Wow, that's fucking dumb. Yeah, even if you just like run away, that attack will still chip you a little bit generally, and it just wastes so much of your time. It's one of my least favorite attacks in the entire game because it's just, it makes the fight super boring. If he does it often, you just have to run so much. Oh, fuck. Ooh, that dodge. Yeah, the tracking's insane. It's actually, like, so good, it's, like, seems weird. Doesn't really seem intentional that it's that good. How many souls do I even have? A lot. Holy hell. Bro. Like most of his regular attacks are fun enough to deal with. I just don't like the fact that he's just constantly running away and you just wait. Like, waiting is not a mechanic. Doing this kind of in a skillless manner because I kind of just want to go fight Dragon Slayer armor. I'm kind of strong arming this a little bit. I mean, if I wanted to, I could have a much stronger weapon, so I'm not being that lame, but I'm being a little lame. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't you fuck. Okay, there you go. Oh, fuck, that's the scythe. I pulled an Henri. Henri, whatever the fuck her name is. Oh my god. Well, I didn't get hit, and there we go. He did it 3 times. What a fucking guy. This is why you're not invited to any of the parties. Oop, forgot about that. Look, I haven't played this game in a while. Don't you pull out a bow. It's actually the other version of the attack. No, it's not. I'm a liar. Bro. Follow up. I learned. We got a Leo ring hit right there. You could see that extra chunk. Oh, what a mechanic. I don't think that was even possible, because if I stopped like the millisecond you need to stop like running to actually roll, I would have gotten hit by the arrows. I'm almost positive. Nobody likes you. Go away. Lucky timing. Oh, I should really go get the favor +1. Good ring, honestly. It's really useful in PvP when like no action is happening or the host is being like a pussy. You can just like switch to your blessed weapon in your main hand and offhand, and then put the ring on and get some health back. It's not bad. Okay. Oh, I've got a bone thing to make my flask heal for more. Like, Aldridge isn't horrible. Like, you know, it's fun to dodge some of the attacks and stuff. Like, it could have been easy for that boss to be much worse. But he's not super amazing either. And it's really just a bow attack. It just stalls you out too much, and it's just snooze fest. But he did. Now we could go fight Yorm, but no offense to Yorm, he's not really that great of a boss fight. So we'll fight Dragon Slayer armor. And maybe Osiris, then Champion Gundyr. Champion Gundyr is awesome. Very excited for that one. I really enjoyed Pontiff there, though. That was great. It just sucks that we got him in one try when I didn't really play that good in phase 1. I was trying to remember what he does. I definitely saw by the end of that fight, though, like that little like charge he does where he kind of does a spin while charging forward with the flame sword. That's like the best move to punish. He like never did a follow up on that ever. I swear there's loot here. There we go. I like how I got hit stunned by that guy for a really long time, and then right as the initial hit stun wore off, I got hit by a fireball, which then hit stunned me long enough for like the second part of his combo. So that I got hit way more than I should have there. I should actually kill them because you get the twin spears, which we might use. We'll see. I'm not sure what I'm going to use late game. I mean, we could just keep using Lucerne, but twin spears are pretty cool. I loved using them in PvP. They got nerfed, and then everyone stopped using them, which was good for me, because they were still great. Even after their nerf, they were still very good. They weren't, like, the best thing ever, but they were still quite, solid. Man, you got saved by that door frame. My man likes his R1. I don't know why he ran over there. Oh, you missed the Ponti fight, as in you missed it in the stream. Yeah, I did it. I waited a little bit. I ran around a little bit to try to buy some time for people to join the stream, but you know, when we stopped last time, we were pretty close to the fight, so. Okay, that came out a little fast relative to the startup animation. Not as dumb as Elden Ring still, but a little silly. Oh, I should have grabbed a lower upgrade weapon so we could show off the knockdown. I think, do you have to kill both of these? Okay, I don't understand why that got me. I definitely iframed that. I'll have to go grab a different weapon. This one's being extra annoying. The only thing I don't like about this enemy is like when they turn like that, it's staggering you. I think that's just ridiculous. It's also just not consistent. You fight so many enemies bigger than these guys and they don't do that. Okay, hold on. This might be able to stagger them in time because it's only a +4. No real guarantee though. Let me go grab like the club to be safe. I figured club is the best option because it's +0 and clubs and maces and that kind of thing have really good stagger. Let's see. We want the just vanilla club. There we go. Yeah, only 130. Okay, 121 AR. Although if I two-handed, it's probably 130. But that should be fine. The old bonk stick. Don't mind me. All right. I think hitting them in the head is better for stagger. Not 100% sure on that. The lock-on range in this game is definitely shorter than in Elden Ring. In fact, that hit me. is gonna be annoying because if he moves around too much, you'll lose your poise damage. That's good for us. Man, I just whiffed an attack somehow and I was like right inside of him. Man, how have I not gotten it? Maybe you have to hit him in the head. He moves around so much, it's really hard to do that. Bro, like you get an opportunity and he just RNG evades. This is incredibly annoying to do. Because like if you go for the head, he's just so, you give him a little bit more time, so he's more likely to do the RNG evade thing. Like I've almost killed him with a +1. Like, come on, game. This just sucks because like the club's range is just not very good. Like missing shit like that. The fact that hit me, that's so silly. Like he was swung to like my left and I was on his left, like to the right on the screen, and somehow that hits me. You must have to hit him in just the regular face or something. I don't know. That's like impossible with this thing. The range is too small, and then if you get hit, I'm losing like, you know, half my fucking life. Man, that's crazy. We didn't get the knockdown. That sucks. There's no more of those guys in the game either. Eh, whatever. Wanted to show it off, but like that was such a pain. Like I was gonna keep fighting him because like the hitbox on the club is just so small that that was honestly kind of awful. Like the few opportunities I'd have to hit him in the head, it would just miss. And there was just like no way to fix that. Fuck that nonsense. I don't really get why they made it that way. Seems dumb as hell to me. Okay. Dragon Slayer armor time. Oh, let me upgrade my stuff. Wait, hold on, I am definitely missing a bone shard. Did I get the Estus? I don't think I got the Estus that's in the chest. I know I'm forgetting stuff. It's crazy not having played this game in a while, so like I don't have everything like that memorized. I'm so used to just being able to get all the flasks and stuff without even thinking about it. Yeah, there's a chest on the left here that I don't think I opened. I'm definitely missing something though, because I think you get up to +10 and I'm only at +7. I think there's one in Yorm's place. That's 8, but then I'm missing 2. There might be one in the Twin Prince's place, but that's only 9. So I do think I missed one. And that the last flask is in Twin Prince's place, but yeah, it's the bone shard that I'm missing. I'm trying to think, where is another bone shard? Did I get one? Oh, you know what? I think I forgot the one in Catacombs, which is funny because that's a really easy one to get. But it's because that skeleton guy, we had to chase him through the hallway that blows up the boulder. We got really away from it. Man, it's weird having to like sit here and think about where the where the stuff is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. I think that's the one I missed. And then the other one's in Yorm's place, and I think there's a bone in Twin Prince's place, so I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think there is. It kind of sucks. I want to level up because I want to make like a more unique build. You know, maybe get some faith stuff. Because I don't use faith stuff much at all. But I feel like if I level up too much, it's just going to be too easy in this part of the game. And probably level up once we get, you know, to like the DLC and all that. I've done Sister Frida and Madeir and all that stuff at a pretty low level, though. Last time I played, I think we did them at like level 20 or 30 or something, but we've played, you know, at min level before and everything else, so I don't need to do it. It's just some of the fights are more fun when you're more when you're weaker and you have to like respect the boss moveset more. Because if you really level up and stuff, you can disrespect these bosses quite a bit. I have done level 1 before, although I don't do level 1 very often because it's not very practical, and it's not because, oh, it's hard, it's not practical. It's because the class that you have to be level 1 is garbage, and I don't want to play through the game at low level and not have a PvP viable character. And so normally I'll pick a starting class that will actually be like what I would want in PvP, which is normally Knight or something, so you're like level 5 or level 6 or whatever. I don't remember what they start at, but it's not really any different. And like I just don't really care about the arbitrary level 1 to be level 1 thing. I just don't care. I care about the practicality of it. And you know, normally when I do that, I make it harder on myself anyway because you keep your weapon upgrade low, right? Which is actually harder than a level 1 run. I really can't stress this enough, and it's not close. Like, if you do level 1 and you get, you know, a maxed weapon versus being, like, level 6 and you have a +2, the level 6 +2 is much harder. So much harder. One of the hardest things I ever did in Dark Souls 3 was getting my, like, Cathedral of the Deep characters ready and stuff like that because their weapon upgrades had to stay so low. No, not Cathedral of the Deep. That one's a bit higher. I think I'd made, like, a high wall character. Then I realized high wall PvP was the worst ever, and I never really did that, but yeah, I did do like +2, and yeah, it is rough. You definitely use a raw when you do that though, and it helps. And use res in every fight. I do like Soul of Cinder. It doesn't have to be level 1, but just like low level or low weapon upgrade, because then you have to like actually deal with his whole move set, and it's a lot of fun. I really do like Soul of Cinder. He's a very fun boss. I just hate how easy it is to overstat him. I think almost, especially with the DLC, because they introduced the DLC in a pretty organic way, right? You go to Cathedral of the Deep, you talk to some NPC, you don't even know it's the DLC, and now then you're in the snow area, right? So most these days, and everyone knows about Osiris and all of them now, so it's like everyone does all that side content before Soul of Cinder, and they're like way higher level than you need to be. And they just absolutely destroy them. That happens a lot with the final bosses in these games, honestly. Not really in Elden Ring, but like in Dark Souls 1 and even like False King Allant, who's kind of the final boss of Demon Souls. And Gwen and all them. Alright. Love this boss. The only thing I don't like about it, it's kind of hard to see with the dragon in the second phase. And you can kind of just get ganked. Honestly, the fight with this guy in the DLC where there is no flying butterfly thingamajig is just better. Like, it's just a better fight that way. I just realized I don't have the Leo ring on again. I have cat ring on, which does nothing. Don't know why I keep forgetting the thing for our build. Why can't we look as cool as this guy when we wear the armor? We look so lame. Like, if you wear his armor, you don't fill it out very well. Your body proportions just don't really work for it. Like your shoulders and everything, like your stance, like the way you stand. That attack can be hard to dodge because there's different variants of it that come out really quickly. Yeah, this part of the fight is kind of just lame with the butterfly. Just doesn't add anything. Just makes it harder to enjoy fighting this guy. But we can fight him again later on in the DLC without it. Woo, cutting that close. Oh, it was a rough camera. Damn it. Too soon. Woo. We're flasking so much. I don't remember a lot of his moveset, so kind of just winging it here. Man, some of these fights I do wish were longer. So I would lose, right, and get to fight them again. So I, start learning the moves that are hitting me. I'm kind of surprised. I mean, I'm only using a +7. Like, it's not that crazy. That's a really fun fight, though. But yeah, it is kind of easy to strong arm it. We'll see if Gundyr lets us have it. Bonfire, then bonfire. They don't really explain why that armor is alive, and then, like, it's possible it's being controlled by the butterfly, but it basically says that, it was a dragon slayer that, went on hunts to kill dragons, obviously. And it went on so many hunts and fought so many dragons, it like retained the memory of how it fought and stuff. But like why it's animated and stuff is not really explained. Could just be like it fused with the soul of the user. It could be it's being controlled by that butterfly thing. I have to read the armor again. It's been a while since I've read all the descriptions, so I might be forgetting some detail. Because maybe they do explain it and I'm just forgetting. There's some good loot in this place, actually. We should probably grab like chunks and stuff. Yeah, this area actually, cause you can get here so early. We've had access to this area forever. You just run around, grab the chunks, get out, make your weapon even higher level. Yeah, my weapon could be so much stronger right now if I wanted it to be. Also, if you're kind of at a lower weapon upgrade, you could always use the Dragon Slayer axe. That thing is so broken that even at like, you know, +2 or 3, it's kind of the equivalent of another weapon at like +6 or so. This thing is wild. A very classic way to use it, which is funny because I've actually never done it, but a very classic way to use it is you're actually a caster. Right, you put all your stats into int or faith or even pyromancy. You do a bit of both or whatever. And then your melee weapon is just the axe because the axe is so strong without any strength or dex. It's a very popular thing to do. But I never actually did that because I just never got around to it. It's kind of like the chosen weapon for that. There's some straight swords though. Like straight swords in PvP are always really good, even when they have like less AR than the direct. Because okay, in PvE, you know the enemies are more predictable and that kind of thing. So the fact that like an axe has a slightly worse moveset than a sword is not that big of a deal. But in PvP, it can matter. So in PvP, a lot of times people would still use some kind of straight sword. These ones, there's no reason to let them transform. That was a great throw. This guy just didn't cooperate. I should just flask. I can just use the bonfire before the boss. That's not a firebomb. I'm used to Night Rain. In Night Rain, you can't like misclick your items like that because X is always flash no matter what, and then up on the D-pad is the regular items. I actually rather like that. It only works though because they changed the spell system, but also I think the spell system is way better in Night Rain. I think it's like so much better. Like even if you're not playing Recluse, I think it's better. But obviously Recluse is much better. It's so much better that like I'm gonna be really annoyed if the next Souls game just goes right back to how Elden Ring does everything. Like I really think a lot of this Night Rain stuff needs to be incorporated into the main series. Like having those special abilities that are unique, like maybe to your class, your starting class, or maybe as a key piece of equipment. Like maybe you can select something in a menu, like a Covenant type deal, but it's like, you know, I'm a caster, I'm a strength build, and I get these abilities. Even if you're not a strength build, you can do that. Like having Recluse's custom spell stuff. God, this is such a lame enemy, dude. I love Dark Souls 3, but it is not perfect. Like these enemies are just garbage. Like there's just no way to read their animations. It's just constant flailing, like non-stop hitboxes. Like that is not interactive gameplay. It's just bullshit. Okay. You can skip these guys, but I kind of just want to be able to peacefully collect my loot and not have to worry about zigzagging everywhere. Yeah, I do ignore these enemies a lot. Because normally in the past, I mean, I played through this at low level so many times, but again, for like PvP reasons. And like, it was just way more pragmatic to just run past everything. But it's like, back then, I had everything super memorized. You know, I knew the loot locations. I knew which loot was worth picking up, what wasn't. I don't remember any of that shit now. So I just want to pick up, you know, whatever, and so I don't miss anything. really sure why his AI didn't notice me there. I don't want to gank the greatsword versions because I really want to enjoy their moveset, but the mace ones are kind of just annoying, so. I think Blessed Weapon actually does make your attack do more shield damage. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think it does. It should. It's more physical damage. Did I get everything? I think I did. Make a quick look. Oh, nope, nope, not quite. Milana is like my favorite fight in Elden Ring. Well, let me think about that. I mean, if we include Night Rain, the Night Rain bosses are my favorite. But for regular Elden Ring, I think Milana is my favorite. But yeah, low FPS is not going to be a good time. Who else do I like? Elden Ring does not have nearly as many bosses that I like, but it's got a few. Honestly, in recent times, I've enjoyed Elden Ring because it's so bullshit and there's so much I don't like about the game design. I kind of just enjoy playing it more like the RPG aspect of it, where, you know, I do level up. You know, I'm not staying at level 50 and that kind of stuff. And most of my PvP characters that I needed to get through the game with at low level and low weapon upgrade, I'm already done. So I did it again on PS5, so I don't need to do it again. So now I'm kind of like, you know what? I'll just use, you know, whatever I know is effective if I don't like the boss too much. And because of that, I'm looking forward to playing it again, because I haven't really played it that way, like all the way through and seriously, and I'm kind of curious if I do just use what I know works, or what I think works, because some of it I haven't tested, but, you know, I'm kind of curious how that's going to go. I do like Godric. Godric's not, like, Godric's good, but, you know, he's in that middle ground where it's like his moves are fair, but he's not as like hard as like Champion Gundyr or even Dragon Slayer armor and stuff, right? He's not really throwing like enough interesting stuff at you, but he is fun. It's really fun to jump over his shockwaves and stuff like that. The only attack that Godric has that feels kind of lame is his Windblade. The timing on that is just so bizarre and fucked up that it's kind of dumb. But and like his 5-hit flurry attack is really fun to dodge. Like stuff like that. He just needs, I guess it's not even his moveset. Like his moveset is pretty comparable to Dragon Slayer armor. Maybe it's not, I don't think it's quite as good. Especially because his like the Storm Stomp like stalls you out a lot and you have to wait and that kind of crap. But Godric doesn't have a lot of health. I think that's kind of the thing. And he does have some delayed attacks that, I don't mind delayed attacks. I don't like delayed attacks that are comboed with firing off like a laser, right? The delayed attacks are actually fine. It's when they're delayed and then just boom, right? Because that's just totally arbitrary. Where if it's delayed and then the attack at least has some degree of travel time on it, or an indicator that the attack's about to happen, right? Then I don't mind. But yeah, I do like Godric. Again, jumping over his shockwaves is super fun. Damn it. How did he get not on the roof? Because you can get on the roof of these things. Look, man, I just fought you. I don't want to do it again. That guy breaking physics. Yeah, I mean, like, on my first playthrough, like, Stormville Castle is one of my favorite zones ever. Like, Limgrave was an amazing experience. One of the best I've had in all the Souls games. And, like, it was so fun, like, storming the castle. You know, I went the front gate before I did the side path, and that was super fun. All those guys on the turrets and everything. You're, like, working your way through. You got the lion. And the lion's a pretty fun enemy, honestly. I actually do like those lions a lot. You fought Margit to get in there, and that was quite hard when you're new to the game. And then you get in there and fight Godric. That was great. I enjoyed that so much. And then exploring the castle and everything. And I'm really glad me and Cairo both, like, we did Stormvale quite early, right? And then we went off and finished Limgrave, right? We went to the castle pretty damn quickly. You know, we did, like, a cave or two. You know, we got the the like sewing kit and stuff like that. But we did it pretty quick, and because of that, you know, we weren't overstated, and I really enjoyed it. I really had a good time. And Limgrave, I think, is a great experience, and like Margit is pretty fun, and Godric is pretty fun, and yeah, they're not the best bosses FromSoft ever made, but they're good enough to like, you know, live up to the zone and the experience and everything. The Stormvale looks so great, and it's so much fun to explore. I took fall damage from that. My God. Just get my region going here. And the music, yeah, the voice acting, there's a lot. Oh yeah, that fucking guy. I didn't send the elevator down. There's a ring up there too. I think it's the anti-backstab ring. I like Volcano Manor as well. Rykard is kind of just a dumb gimmick fight though, but the manor itself is fun. And Lindell's good. Like, Lindell was... I mean, Elden Ring at the start, you know, yeah, some of the bosses were pissing me off. Especially as of, you know, Lindell the bosses start getting a bit sillier. Like Morgott and stuff. But, yeah, Morgott is when I really realized, like, how cheap the game was getting with, like, delay into firing off, like, a laser and stuff like that. And I was really just like, But, like, the actual zone of the capital I love, and even the outer stuff in Lindell I really like. What really gets Elden Ring is, you know, the bosses could be better, especially as you get farther in. And then, like, the giant zone is just terrible. Like, it's all reused enemies. It is so unhyped. Because up to that point, Elden Ring did a good job of every new dungeon, every, like, major dungeon, and, every new zone, you'd fight a decent amount of new enemies. You know, Caelid was great. You got these crazy birds and dogs that are just so wild and hard to deal with and stuff. Yeah, it was a really big deal. But yeah, you get to the giant area, and there's not a single new enemy. Like, every single enemy is, reused. And it's a very, just bland place. And I like snow. But yeah, holy fuck, that... Ooh, that's not the move I thought it was. Ooh, that's not good. Our boy got me good there. He PvP'd on me. This guy needs to be an Elden Ring Night Rain. Give him high enough stats to deal with the 3 players, and definitely make it so he can't be backstabbed. Like, I like Crucible Knights because you can't backstab them. These guys 1000% need to be unbackstabbable. I'm just gonna not backstab this one. Like, Black Knights are a lot more fun when you don't backstab them. Woo, boy, that really is a delay. That's the only move I don't like on them. That just comes out way too fast. Although I think the purpose of that move, and I'll have to like experiment with this. It might be like it's designed so like don't stand directly in front of them. So you kind of have to give them their space. Cause it's not like it does so much damage it kills you. And like I don't hate that, cause like Vandictus will do that sometimes, where an enemy will have an attack where it's like, don't stand here or you're gonna keep getting hit by this super fast attack. So you have to give like the boss not like loads of room, but like just a little bit of room. That's not terrible. I kind of mixed feelings on that kind of mechanic though. I was more excited to fight those two than I was to fight the boss. So I kind of wasted my flask here, and Osiris is actually a bit of a bitch, so I'll just run past everything. I do like Godfrey. There's a few, like Godfrey's not perfect. He does do some typical Elden Ring bullshit, but overall Godfrey is pretty good. Radagon's not too bad. I haven't fought Radagon in a while because you don't need to fight him on PvP characters. Normally, it depends, but normally you don't need to fight him. The last time I do remember the first time I fought him my first playthrough, I kind of hated him, but at that point I wasn't really giving Elden Ring a fair shake anymore because I was just so sick of the boss design. I really just wasn't like caring. But the most recent time I can fight him, I do remember liking him more than I originally thought. And I was like, you know, it's not that bad. But it has been a minute. And then Elden Beasts I don't like. I do like though Elden Beasts attacks that you like jump over and stuff. It's kind of like a Mario Party mini game. I actually enjoy that quite a bit. But overall, the Elden Beast fight is just annoying. He like most of it you get hit so much because you're being impatient because you're trying to get to him because he's been running away so much, and then you just get hit by some like stupid fast attack and whatever. It's just like fucking garbage. I don't care for any of that nonsense. Could have gone the other way. Yeah, I do think the Godfrey phase of the fight is better than Horaloo, which sucks because like it's so cool, but it's not that great of a fight. I swear if I took fall damage there. And what's crazy is I wasn't sure. I should really Leo ring. Well, let me quit out. You fucking bastard. Bro, like, I just want to change my equipment, and it's just like, no. And I have to watch this stupid cutscene. What a dick. Good night, everyone. See you, Red. I, kind of early for me, funnily enough. I know time zones are tough. So, this boss is notorious, and rightfully, so on my level 1 run, and when I would play like level 5, level 6 and crap like that, this boss was always the hardest. And it's just bullshit. He's not that bad when you're leveled up and stuff. Like, even at level like 30, I would say you can make this boss not so bad. But this boss is just so stupid. Because you don't even notice this on a normal playthrough. Like, when you play through the game for the first time, and you're probably like level 70 or something at this point, you're not even gonna notice this. But he has this like 2-frame startup charge attack with almost no tell, right? Just out of nowhere, he can change direction, do this like, you know, run bear leap, and it does big damage if you're low level, and if you're like level 1, level 5, whatever, you're probably dead, right? And it just comes out of nowhere, right? And so many speedrunners and challenge runners and stuff have messed around with it. There just really is no good way of dealing with it. Generally, the best thing you do is you wear a shield, right? Because even if you get guard broken, it's not as bad, and you just kind of block anytime, like, maybe he could do it. It's horrible. I absolutely hate it. It's no telegraph, so fast. I don't know what they were thinking. Like, I really don't know what they were thinking. I'm gonna regen some of my health here because I'm a bitch like that, but I need to get water real quick anyway, so I figure I'll just get what health I get, and that's that. But I'm trying to think if I should use a shield or not. I haven't leveled one, like upgraded it, so probably not. We'll just have to deal with the bullshit. I tell you what though, Dragon Slayer Axe is extra good here because he's weak to lightning damage. thinking about it, chat. I really do think I'm gonna have to think about this more to be sure, but overall, I do think Night Rain has my favorite bosses in the series. I've soloed all of them except for the final one. I have not attempted that one yet. That might be the only one I don't like, but I'm not sure. Having not done it yet, I don't really know. But he's kind of Elden Ringy. But those are good bosses, man. Like they're really fun. I really enjoy fighting them. The Centaur and like Gaping Maw and the Wolf and all that. They're really fun boss fights. Really enjoy them. I will say though, I mean, Dark Souls 3 still has some good shit. I mean, Gale, Midir, the Demon Princes, and all that. It's tough. The Ice Dragon's okay. Funnily enough, it took me a while to fight the Ice Dragon in a group. I actually beat him twice solo before I ever even played him with a group. He's okay. The spectacle's amazing. The parts where he like does the like roar with all the ice like rising up around himself, it's so like amazing looking, and like the music's so good, and when he's flying and doing the ice spam and all that, like the fight looks and sounds great, and like when he makes the ice ceiling that cracks and everything, like so cool, so cool. But it's like it's not that good mechanically. A lot of what hits you is just like annoying, like bullshit AoE frostbite. That's if your pure melee is like really hard to deal with without just waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, right? That's just lame. And then all of his other attacks just aren't like too interesting. So yeah, he's not the best, but he's not bad. Like I'm not like hate him, but he's certainly not as good as like the Centaur and stuff like that. Like those are definitely better fights. Libra's really fun. The big thing about Libra, and this is how I fight it, and this made me a lot better at that fight, is you just cannot blindly attack in any capacity. And like you need to be actively like only attacking at certain moments that are good to attack. Because that fight is basically designed to get you to be like, oh, it's totally fine to attack, and then there's a circle underneath you. And everyone complains about it, like, oh, I try to do anything and the circle gets me. And it's just out of nowhere. And it is, I will say, it's kind of frustrating, and I understand that. But the fight is telegraphed pretty fairly, because when he's actually capable of doing one of his hand gestures. If the boss is capable of doing one of his hand gestures, don't do a long action. Right, if you're playing Duchess with a dagger or something, then you can get a swing in. But, if he's in the spot where he might be able to do a hand gesture to do one of his spells, don't attack. Like, just wait a fucking second. And then once he does a hand gesture and you confirm which one it is, then you can attack. Or if Libra's doing one of his other casts, or he's doing a melee attack and stuff, then you can attack. But if he's just like standing at neutral and you swing, he's probably going to do a spell that comes out really fast. And it is a little annoying. Like I get that, but I don't mind it for the most part, because it is pretty intense, and I kind of enjoy that. And I do give some of the few bullshit things the bosses in Night Rain do. I do kind of give them a bit of a pass on, because it is designed to be a multiplayer game. And like the bosses need that kind of stuff in order to keep it interesting for multiplayer. Libra is probably the hardest boss. I mean, it kind of depends like on your character and stuff. It's not really a universal thing. Do I have my Leo ring on? I do not. This is one boss that I would not be upset to use Dragon Slayer Axe on at all, because it'll speed it up, and I'd hate this fight. So I actually like a lot of the fight. It's just the thing. Okay, that's just that can happen a lot, and then the stupid charge thing just like messes up the rest of the fight. Also, I really hate when he's talking like this. The subtitles really distract me. I have a really hard time with that kind of stuff. Turn my space heater off. There we go. Fun time. Get on the charge there, I might have actually died. So I'm randomly rolling because he might do the charge. That's fucking why. And when you're lower level, you know, the fight's longer because you do less damage, so it's more likely that he does it, let alone, you know, multiple times. Because so far he hasn't done it yet. He hasn't done it a single time. I shan't. Oh, there it is. And that was from far away, like, so that was where you have like the best chance of dealing with it. Imagine if you're right in front of him. See, look, there's no tell. You're just all of a sudden you're already getting hit. That is, I think it's the dumbest move they've ever made in any of the games. I can't think of another move that's like. There's some moves that are very bullshit, but that is unbelievable bullshit. I actually think it's a mistake. I do not think that move was supposed to be like that. I think it's just like an oversight. Because it looks so weird, like it doesn't seem right. Like he'll be in the middle of doing something else, then all of a sudden he's charging. Okay, he only did it once. Wasn't so bad. Chat, Lucerne is really impressing me though. Like, again, it's only +7, and most of the fights, like Pontiff, we did it +5. The door. John Lucerne. No, I put the Leo ring on. I put it on mid-fight. I didn't have it at the start, but although I didn't have it for Pontiff, which I don't even know how I messed that up. I did the leaping attack animation. Thankfully, he didn't parry that. Where is the Drake blood armor in this game? I'm trying to remember. Is it just in the dragon place? Why don't I... Dude, how do I not remember this stuff? This stuff used to be like, you know, back of my hand knowledge, and now I'm just like, By the way, I think we're on offline mode, but if you're on online mode, there's always a bunch of bloodstains here. Because they're like beat up from the boss, and they fall off this thing without cat ring on, and they take fall damage and they die. There's always so many bloodstains there from that. Let me think. Where's the Drake blood armor? I'm thinking it's either in the dragon area, but if it is, I don't remember where at all. You just get it from killing the guy, the invader guy that wears it in the dragon area. It's either there or it's in the Yorm area, which that doesn't seem right. I don't know why my brain is even thinking that. Chat, this kind of something about this pose, just a little bit, has like the waiting energy, like the waiting emote. Like obviously this is more meditatey, but it just gives me a little bit of the vibe. I love that emote so much. Hard to explain, but like that's just one of my absolute favorites. Loot over here is garbage. but I want to get it. I don't even know why. I'm gonna regret this so much. I should have buffed. You know, I want to know, can you cheese this? I bet you can cheese this. Angry waiting's good too. But there's just something about like the normal waiting where it's like, you know, he's not being a dick or anything, but he do be waiting. You know, I really enjoy it. You can just quit out and make them de-transform. I don't feel bad about this at all. God, the end of this game really is goated. It's just a lot of fun stuff. I get all these Black Knights. We go to the Twin Prince area and you get to fight all the Great Sword, Lothric Knights and stuff. It's awesome. Got Champion Gundyr here in a second. And then there's this asshole. Yeah, my defense is pretty low because I'm low level. Woo! That move came out quick. Man, I wish we had a release date for the Tarnished edition. I'm really wanting to play Elden Ring like in a more thorough, like really play through the game again, like proper. But I don't want to do it now. Then the Tarnished edition comes out. Like that'd be stupid. That calm, just walk past the guy. It's very effective in Dark Souls 3. Randomizer could be fun. But if there's like new stuff, you know, I want to experience that normal. Like, fucking dogs, but you don't have a shield, dude. They're so easy with the shield. Fuck off, dude. So sick of this crap. And the problem here is my weapon is so slow. Dude, this is ridiculous. There's really just nothing I can do because I'll never be able to get a weapon swing off. I'm so lucky the other dog didn't hit me there. Okay, now it's easy. God, that's so dumb. Yeah, if you do that pull like intelligently, because like you can see the dog sitting there. It's not like you don't know. You just switch to a weapon like your straight sword or whatever. Then use a shield. Like fighting multiple dogs in this game is just fucking awful. Like they have such fast attacks that they just spam that you'll just get knocked out of what animation you're trying to do. I do like this boss a lot. I don't think he's my favorite, but he's definitely up there. You get invaded before you get the bonfire? Yeah. Actually, wait, isn't there no bonfire here because they hate you? He is so annoying, dude. Just input reads to you like that. There's really nothing you can do about it. She's like my least favorite NPC invader, I think, in this game. Because if you like wait for her to switch off of her one-hand weapon, you just get blasted with spells. And then if you fight her when she has the one-hander out, and then you just get parried. And she almost always has the one-hander out. I can't remember if you can parry this. I am so okay with that, but I did not mean to join you. I don't know why. Every time I do that weapon art, it makes me do that R2 after, and I'm not clicking it multiple times. Like, I'm normally not even touching the trigger anymore. And then for some reason, after the weapon art's over, I'm doing an R2. That's happened, I think, every single time that I've used it. Oh, that's a different version of that attack. Yeah, I think the best performance I've seen from this weapon that's kind of abnormal is against those big skeleton guys in the catacombs. Like, it really fucks them up. I think the worst performance I've seen from this weapon is how it does against dogs. It's just too slow and the hitbox is thin and all that. That is ridiculous. Trying to think if I'm missing any other loot in this place. Oh, that was an annoying encounter. Worst thing about Gundyr is just if you die, you're gonna have to deal with all that bullshit again. I don't really get why there's no bonfire closer. Bro. And I mean, I'm over here just to check for loot, and there's not even loot over here. Man, that was annoying. I hate runbacks that suck because it just incentivizes you to cheese the boss. Right? Because if you die, you don't want to have to deal with it again, right? And I really don't like that. I want to be able to have fun with the boss if I feel like it. Elden Ring is better about it. That's one thing they definitely improved. They still have unnecessary runbacks though, and I sometimes there's no mobs. I just don't get it. So you know the fog wall's here, right? The bonfire should be right here, literally right here, just 2 steps. Like even everyone's like, oh, at least Melania, right? But like even Melania, you have to run for like 10 seconds down the hallway. Why? Like why? Why not just put it right by the door? Like I don't understand. I really appreciate games like Super Meat Boy, where when you die, you just instantly respawn and are ready to go again, right? Just they completely respect your time, just get to the gameplay. Alrighty. Well, that was really weird fighting Nameless King inside of Elden Ring, having not fought him in years. It's actually been even longer, because I haven't played Dark Souls 3 in quite a while, but normally I don't fight Nameless King because you don't need him on like 95% of PvP characters, right? So I just don't fight him. So it had been so long since I'd fought him. Like God, I'm not even sure how long. It's been quite a while. And probably like 5+ years. And so I had really forgotten his moveset. So actually, the funny thing, I've forgotten it so much that even now I don't know if they've like changed the speed of it or what. I have no idea how similar he is to his Dark Souls 3 counterpart. I just don't remember. The only thing I do remember well enough is that they did change his lightning strike to like hit the whole group. So I noticed that, but that's the only thing. Other than that, I wouldn't know like if they changed something or not. All right. Oh. Oh yeah, this guy's pretty easy to parry, but we won't do that. The kick is the one thing, man. It just comes out so fast. Oh, and the shoulder bash, because he kind of like slides on the ground in a way that makes no logical sense. Music is so good. Literally just hit me with a kick every time. Damn. Oof. I'm not huge about that move, and that move's really dumb in PvP too. It's actually like a staple. You quick swap to it at certain times. It's impossible to like parry or evade, and it's kind of dumb. I don't remember if you can parry it on the boss version. You probably can, which would kind of remove the issue I have with it, but you know, you don't. It's like, it's hard to explain, but like in Vindictus, they can design bosses around the fact that you have a shield, because certain characters have a shield, like if you like it or not. But this game is not like that, so, you know, the shield mechanics are always really weird. Like, there's no boss in Vindictus where it's like, oh, it's easy if you parry it. Like, that's just, that doesn't happen, where in the Souls games, that happens all the time. So, one thing, okay, a lot of his moves are really fun, but like, this is pretty undeniable. I felt this like so clearly. I can see this like clear as day. Most of what's hitting you there is like, because you haven't memorized it, because like, he'll do an attack, right, that's fairly telegraphed, and it looks like he's done, and you can hit him, and then he just kicks you with like 1-frame startup, or he shoulder bashes you in 1-frame startup, right? That was overwhelmingly how I got hit. Like, there was so much of that. So you just have to memorize, oh, after he does that move, there's another almost instant attack move that you need to dodge, then you can hit him. That's just kind of lame, right? And that was a lot of his moveset. There was a lot of just like, you know, oh, he swung, and then boom, right? If once you know it, then you just, you know, you don't attack again into it. But like that's a little silly. But yeah, Vandictus does a better job until they added range characters. I'll just say when Vandictus eventually added range characters, their boss design just tanked. But they did a better job over there of accommodating whatever playstyles were in the game. They accommodated to where it felt like balance. You know, if you use like the characters that have shields, right? They need to use their shields. If they don't, they're like super broken and they can't like function properly. So your ass is blocking, and they make blocking interesting and engaging. And the characters that don't have block, you know, their dodge is interesting and engaging. Where Souls doesn't really do that. There's just whole play styles that are just so much easier or dumber or like trivialize the boss, and it's just not as balanced. But yeah, it definitely happened to Vandictus too once they added ranged characters. Now the new Vandictus doesn't have any ranged characters yet, and so far has been fine. But you know, give it time, we'll see. I would actually say the tail swipe on the Crucible Knights is actually a little bit less cheap. Now, it is, the first time you fight them, it is really fast, and it does look like, it's fast enough that generally if you do swing, you're going to get hit. But there's a little bit of a tell, right? There's a little bit more clarity. It's not much better. I would say it's quite similar. Like, it's the same style of thing that I don't like. But I really dislike that when bosses or enemies have like they do an attack that's fair and telegraphed, and then they do a follow-up that's just super fast bullshit that you just, it's like, oh, you just have to memorize. It's like, oh, okay, when he does that move, you have to wait for the super fast move, then I can hit. Like, I don't care for that kind of design. That's just it's really wasting your time. It's just like you just have to trial and error it. I don't see really any enjoyment in that. Some people really like trial and error though, and it's like, you're not wrong if you do, but my thing, I don't even dislike trial and error. I just don't like when it's necessary. Yeah, the Dancer's definitely got some moves that are bullshit like that, for sure. Dancer is probably my least favorite boss in Dark Souls 3. Well, no, I don't know about that, because although I don't like her moveset very much and it's very Elden Ringy, it's still not Crystal Sage or Deacons of the Deep or, you know, any of that nonsense. So maybe it's not my least favorite, but I dislike the design of it, I suppose, the most. Yeah, the games have become more of a memory game, but that's why I like Night Rain, because it is way less of that. A lot of people don't notice that, and I think it's because they're bad at these things and they don't know the difference. They're just, you know, they're trial and erroring it, even if it's not necessary to trial and error it. But I found very few attacks in the new bosses of Night Rain that were like forced trial and error, right? They were normally pretty fair, and you just need to apply logic. You need to like when the attack is happening, it's playing out, you need to use logic. Like, does it, because they will normally swing in a way, if there's a follow-up attack, like the way that their body momentum is and everything, you can pick up on it. There's a follow-up attack coming. And like when like the centaur leaps into the air, you know, his timing of coming back down makes sense, right? It like feels right, and like you can actually, there's some travel time, right? So you can actually react and like intuit it. And what I like about Night Rain, and I hope this isn't just an accident, because it's a chance that the design that I like here is just an accident. But you know, things are more reactable and logical in Night Rain, but they keep the difficulty up through just a lot of different things going on and like unique mechanics. And like the Centaur is just such a good example. I think he's such a great boss because most of what he does is reactable, but it's very varied. There's a lot of different attacks, and then they do stuff like with positioning, right? You need to be in a good position with the arm, the goop arm. And then when he's dashing across the screen, you know, obviously everything is reactable and dodgeable, but like if you're making bad decisions about like dodging in the direction or moving in the direction of where he's charging towards, the next charge is going to be harder. And then when you dodge the charge, you need to be dodging the direction where the explosion after it, you know, you're not too close. Like that's interesting. I like that. And like combining that with also having to get your timing on point and not slip up and all that, it feels really good. And for example, it's kind of like the bell bearing hunter, where like he's got some stuff where you just have to memorize it. But like when you memorize bell bearing hunter, right, and you know how to dodge all of his stuff, normally the fight is so long enough that you're kind of worried that you're just going to slip up, and it kind of makes it tense, right? And the Night Rain bosses are kind of like that. Like when you're soloing Gaping Maw, you know, it's normally kind of a long fight, and you know, it gets kind of tense. Even like, yeah, I've dodged the grab attack a bunch of times, but man, if I fuck it up, I'm in for a bad time. And the moves are so varied. It's not like you're fighting the same 3 moves over and over. You're fighting a pretty big move set. So, you know, there's a lot to keep you on your toes. Like, I really enjoy it. Like, Night Rain has really reinvigorated my love for these games, because Elden Ring kind of hurt it a lot. Although I tell you, I'm really looking forward to playing Elden Ring again and playing it in a different way, right? Not staying at super low level and all that kind of crap, and just, you know, playing it more organically like they want you to. So if there's like, hey, this move's really bugging me, but hey, a shield's good for it, then maybe use a shield. Right? I'm kind of looking forward to playing it that way and see. I played it that way a little bit when like making PvP characters, and I do enjoy the game more like that. So if I just really focus on that, I'm curious if I'm going to enjoy it more. But I don't know, maybe it'll be boring. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I really am hoping there's phase 3s coming. Because when I play with my friends and we're all good at the game, we do kind of crush it too much. However, maybe those phases are going to be cheap and stupid. We'll just see. Radon was so... You know what's crazy? Is, Radon was actually even harder than what the normal players got. The journalists and, like, the streamers and stuff that got the game early, they had a version of Radon that was even harder than what we got. And then they nerfed him again. And then regular Radon, they thankfully buffed, because, when they nerfed him, I think they went too far, and thankfully they buffed him. I'm really glad. I've always regular Radon. I've always had such. I've gone back and forth on him. The very first time I fought him, I hated him. I truly hated him. But the main reason I hated him was because the camera's bad, which it is. I think you're being really disingenuous if you can't see, like, you have an enemy that's that large that when you lock onto them, the camera doesn't zoom out, right? It's just insanity. Like, it is so annoying, especially if you use a short range weapon like a dagger or something. It is so annoying having to be that close to a boss that's that big, that flails around that much. That is just not good design. Like, the camera needs to zoom the fuck out when you lock on, and I can't even believe that FromSoft hasn't figured that out. So that is just, I think, that's a very legitimate criticism of the regular Radon fight that I don't like. And then I used the summons on the first time I fought him, because it's like, it seems like you're supposed to, and it's cool, but I actually think they make the fight annoying and confusing, and just, it makes Radon run around and change aggro and move so much, and it's just shit. So I hated Radon the first time I fought him. It was one of my least favorite fights. But I'm so glad I fought him on like my PvP character or whatever before they nerfed him, and I didn't summon, and I liked it way better. Like, way better. I didn't like love it, but it was like, you know, this is fine. You know, I actually enjoyed this. So I'm glad. If I hadn't done that, I would have forever thought his original version was just garbage. And I'm glad I gave it a second go and looked at it more clearly, and it's like, okay, it's not so bad. But then I've gone back to him after not playing the game for a long time, and he does so much just, you know, typical Elden Ring bullshit, and the camera is so messed up. There's several times I've like fought him when I haven't played in a long time, and I just don't enjoy it. But then there's times I've gone back to it, like, oh, you know, that wasn't so bad. I don't think I've ever gone back and forth on a boss more than regular Radon. And I think it's because ultimately half of his moveset is pretty cool, and is pretty, you know, neat, and the spectacle is nice. But then there is a lot of just the camera's horrible, and there are a few moves that if he happens to decide to do it more often than not, then it just starts getting, you know, obnoxious and stuff. And the tiny horse doesn't help. Yeah, I definitely agree. So there's a lot to like and a lot to hate. So, but yeah, fuck console Radon. I don't think most people don't like that fight, although some people do. The people that like trial and error and like memorization, right, generally like that fight, because it's like so much of that. Like, if you want like the ultimate memorization trial and error fight, you know, that's kind of the one. The thing that is going to get me is when I play Elden Ring again, because I've played it recently, but I mostly PvP, right, which is different. But when I really sit down and want to play through the whole game again, right, we're there for the PvE more than the PvP. I don't know what level I would want to be for Radon. Like, Caelid is just weird like that because it's an optional zone. Like, I think it's very intended that you're supposed to do Limgrave, then whatever the fuck I always forget the name of the second zone. Vicaria or whatever. That's the dungeon. Swamp blue place. You're supposed to do that first and second, right? And then I kind of think that they see Lindell or Caelid as a potential third zone option. Because I find that they're about equal with each other in how they're like set up and scaled. That's kind of how it seems to me. And I think they favor though Caelid being fourth a little bit more than Lindell being fourth, right? But I think they're very okay with either of them being third. But yeah, that's kind of how I see it. Can you not go in the tower in the dark version? I can't remember. I guess not. Did I get everything? I think I did. Got the ending eyeballs and all that. I think we're good to go here. And like, this is something that I've noticed a lot. I've seen people make this argument, and I feel like this is kind of like not being self-reflective enough. I've seen a lot of people say Elden Ring just gets way more fun when you played it a bit and you're more experienced, right? It's a game that, like, you know, once you know the dance, it's more fun. And they use that as like a defense of it. And I'm like, I think that's a terrible defense. Because, for example, like, I do have more fun now fighting ball-bearing hunters and like Crucible Knights because their cheap bullshit can't really get me because I know like when they do like, you know, super fast follow-ups and stuff. I know it's like I've seen it. I've memorized it. But that doesn't make me like forgive the design of that. Right? Because I know what it's like to fight them when I haven't memorized it or I've forgotten because I haven't played it in a long time or whatever. Right, so I see a lot of people be like, oh, you know, the more I played Elden Ring, the more I started having fun with it, and it's like, it's just the way the bosses are, and like, I like it. And like, they use that as like to deflect a lot of criticism at it, and I'm like, that is not it. Oh yeah, we get this thing, and you can turn it in for a slab, but we might not need that, we'll see. My thing is, it's valid and fine if you're like, and I've talked to people like this, they're rare, but there are people that are like, they see the complaints about Elden Ring boss design, and they're like, you know, that yes, the bosses are like that. They do delay their attacks and fire off like a laser, so you could not intuitively dodge it the first time. They absolutely do that. But they'll say that, but I enjoy the trial and error. I like having to memorize it. I don't want to be able to beat it on my first try and yada yada. And it's like, if that's what they like, that's what they like. And I think that's fair. I just don't like talking to people that are like kind of disingenuous and like are basically in denial and like skill issue. You could totally dodge it the first time reasonably and shit like that. I don't know if we're going to send him to pillage or not. Because on the one hand, it is objectively good to do it because the explosive arrows are awesome. But that's more of a PvP character thing, right? Like the new loot you get. And if I was going to PvP on this character, then I would 1000% do it. But I already have a bunch of PvP characters, and the PvP is kind of dead over here, so I don't really need to do it. All right, we could. I do kind of want to go grab the Drake Blood armor because I might use it. That means we need to go into the dungeon. So this is an enemy that I don't really even know how I feel about the lantern ladies. So I will say, even on a low level character, it's not like the lantern does so much damage immediately that it's guaranteed to kill you, right? And then if you're ever going to do a mechanic that you have to get used to, that is the way to do it. And their really insane gimmick, right, with the lanterns does force you to respect it and fight that enemy in a unique way that you normally wouldn't, right? And make you maybe want to be a little bit more sneaky, and which I think they want because they want the dungeon to feel oppressive, right? So I get and like what they're going for, right? I think making a dungeon like that feel extra spooky and kind of scary, and not want to just run around and, you know, R1, run up to an enemy and R1 it in the face all the time, right? That's good. I like that. I think it fits the area well, and but it's also annoying, and it wastes your time, and I think it is kind of undeniably cheap, right? There's probably better ways to do it, and I feel like they accomplished the goal that they wanted in kind of a lazy way, right? In a way that didn't require a lot of development time. Dogs, by the way. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sure how I feel about the dungeon. Like, because again, it does accomplish. I think they ultimately do a better job, actually, of giving you that spooky, oppressed feeling than the Soul Flayers do in Demon Souls. Because the Soul Flayers in Demon Souls really only, how has he not moved yet? They really only get the job done, like, one time, right? And then the Soul Flayers really lose their spookiness, right? They are a one-trick pony. Where I feel like the Lantern Ladies here maintain their, man, this enemy I gotta respect, and I'm kind of concerned about a lot longer, if not indefinitely, really. This fuck is a Soul Flare. I don't know if you've seen them yet, but they're an enemy in Demon Souls when you go to its dungeon area. They're Latria and this dungeon are very much similar design, what they're going for. Yeah, the Cthulhu guys that, like, stun you and grab you. Look, I'm slightly lower to the ground, so I'm less likely to take fall damage. I wonder if that made the difference. Actually, I had cat ring on, so... I have to science this, chat. I must know. There are several drops in this game that if you do something very minor, though, to get lower to the ground, you won't take fall damage. Like, there's some spots in the high wall and stuff. You know, we haven't fought one of them yet. I don't know how that happened. She was supposed to be the boss in the cathedral that we fight Pontiff. And she probably would have had a more fleshed out moveset, obviously. But she was supposed to be the boss there. And then Pontiff was going to be the final boss. It'd be interesting. You know, it'd be cool for her to be a Night Rain, too. It's a fun enemy when she's comboed with other units. Yeah, honestly, her design actually I think works very well for Night Rain. Combo-y enemies work a lot better in Night Rain than ever. That was annoying. Amazing claymore being wielded by those jackasses. I think the point is like maybe those guys were actually something of note before they got, you know, turned into whatever they are now. Okay. No cat ring. We just jump off. We take fall damage. Which one is ridiculous, by the way. Now let's see if we jump from that little side thing. If we take fall damage. Okay, we are slightly lower to the ground. And we still take fall damage. I think we took slightly less, but, yeah, that is ridiculous. There's two things you can do here. Make sure you land on this thing and not here. That's slightly higher. And then drop off on that part. Maybe you can land on this side thing on the wall. Maybe. I actually disagree about the Radon stuff. I never had an issue with Radon in... This is really weird to me because I had so little of an issue with it, of Radon coming back. It really surprised me how much backlash there is. Because, and some of it's because I was really paying attention to the lore. So I predicted it coming forever ago. I wasn't surprised at all. Like, I didn't think it was, I was like, yeah, and like, it makes sense lore-wise with, I think, all the character motivations. And I think out of all the cast, if you want to make a version of a boss that's harder than what you fought before, Radahn makes the most sense. I think it played in well with, like, Freya's character. And, like, the contrast with how she sees Radahn and how Jiren sees Radahn and, like, what they each think is best for him and stuff. I think that contrast is awesome. I really liked it. I had no problem with it at all. Also, this pure coincidence, but this really was awesome. So I had made a character for the DLC, right? I got it ready, and I got the level range I thought would be correct and everything, and I made the character for the DLC. And I named the character Redmane. And I was a Redmane knight. I used the Redmane, like, chess piece, but then I used, I think, Radahn gauntlets and, I don't remember what legs, and I used the Banished Knight red helmet, right? Because it's red to go with the Redmane, and I had the Redmane chest and everything. I had Flame Strike, right? I had the Flame Strike weapon art, I think, on Claymore. And I played that setup for, like, the whole DLC, and I loved it so much, and it was so great. And going in there and having all this build up to, like, with, Freya and like how she wants Radahn to be versus how EG wants Radahn to be, and I definitely side with EG, by the way. So it was just so cool, like, fighting this, like, brainwashed Radahn, right, with that cutscene, and I'm in, like, the Redmane armor and everything. That shit was awesome. Total coincidence, though, but yeah, I do not have an issue with them reusing Radahn. It just doesn't bother me in the slightest. I am very much in the camp that Miyazaki had always intended that situation, and I think they could have done a better job presenting it. I think it's more of a failure of communication than anything else. I don't think Miyazaki pulled it out of his ass and made it up last second. I don't think so at all. I truly don't think that. I think a lot of the criticism about, like, Mikola and stuff is just stupid, and it's people that are, like, on copium because they thought they drank the Kool-Aid and thought Mikola was his awesome savior. My longtime viewers know what I'm saying here, right? Didn't I always say before the DLC that I thought Mikola was probably a piece of shit that was manipulating people and was actually really evil? And you had that one item that, said that, he, like, forcibly, forces people to love him, and I was like, yeah, this guy's evil. Right, I'd always said that. So I was, like, so not surprised Pikachu that he was evil, right? And then so many people on Reddit and shit were so angry about that, and they're always saying that, like, Miyazaki rug pulled them, and it's like, it's so lame that he's just like all the other demigods and blah blah blah. It's like, that was the point. That was always the point, that you have all these people believing in him like some messiah and stuff, and he is absolutely no better than any of the other demigods. It's the exact same shit. Right, that's like the whole point. There are no messiahs. That's the thing. They've always doing that with his character. So I felt so natural and normal to me. I went into the DLC like, yeah, this guy's obviously an asshole. And all these, like, brainwashed zealots talking all this bullshit. I'm like, yep, these guys are stupid and brainwashed. And then everyone else like, this is so bullshit. Mikola's being, like, framed and blah 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 blah. Miyazaki's rug pulling blah. I'm like, this is stupid. But yeah, Mikola fans. I will say this, though. I will forever like Mikola in this respect, that he doesn't like Ronnie. And I don't like Ronnie either, so I can get behind Mikola in at least that department. I don't think Mikola's gray morality. And I'm gonna be honest, so I get where people are sick of, like, some of this, like, woke Hollywood nonsense, right? Where, like, every bad guy has to be some crybaby teenager that the world just doesn't understand and all that. I get that. That's not the same as gray morality. It's not. And I just, newsflash, it's just there is no black and white morality. It's your fucking opinion, right? That's why I respect creators like Miyazaki and things like that, where they just present things and allow you to come up with your own like how you feel about it, right? Because that's how morality is. Morality is your fucking opinion. There is no, giant stone tablet in outer space that says this is right and this is wrong. It's just how you feel about it. And yes, humans agree on about 90% of things, generally speaking. If you're a well-adjusted human being and you
you know, you don't have like a warped mind. We agree on about 90% of things. You know, like piranhas don't attack each other, right? For the same reasons we don't want to murder each other, you know, like that. And so it's fine for that kind of stuff. But most things are gray, if you see it or not, right? People will like view history as black and white, but it's not. No civilization is ever founded on white morality. That's never happened, ever. Ever. Right? It's not possible. All things require a degree of nastiness and trade-offs, right? There are no nice, clean solutions, and there never has been in any time in human history, right? So when fantasy or fiction portrays that, that's fine. That's just an accurate assessment of how reality works. Now, again, I get it. A lot of these, like, you know, Hollywood types and stuff, or that's not even what they're doing. They're not really, they're taking their viewpoint. And it's like, what was that stupid Netflix show that was like Suicide Sympathizer? Like to the point of like nonsense where like that was just so stupid because it was like a teenager that just had like such dumbass reasons to act like they had a valid reason like to kill themselves and they're trying to, yeah, 13's the reason. That was such like bullshit guilt trip. That's just because unwise. You can have whatever opinion you want about suicide and like I get it. It's like it's not really my place to tell you what to do with your life. I'm totally okay with that. But that's not what that show's doing. That show is trying to guilt trip you and act like everyone else is the problem because of this person's decision, right? That's dumb as shit, right? And there's a lot of that. And I get that people are sick of that kind of stuff, right? And like, because they make that villains. They make a lot of villains like that are literally that 13 Reasons Why kind of setup, right? And people are sick of that, and I concur, right? I am also sick of that, and sometimes you want your fantasy to not reflect reality. Sometimes you want your, what's his name, Jack Horner from Puss in Boots, the villain, right? Sometimes you want that. Sometimes you want the simplicity and also almost the parody enjoyment, the almost reveling in the evil that he does, right? That's an enjoyable character, 100%, and there's nothing wrong with like enjoying that kind of stuff, but like. With games like what Miyazaki makes, if you're going into a Miyazaki game expecting Jack Horner or the opposite, like the hero version of that's stupid. You're wrong for having that expectation. That's not what Miyazaki makes. It's never what he's made. They're not marketed that way. There's nothing about that. A lot of these games is Miyazaki exploring, you know, life and you know, reality. That really is what, like, Dark Souls is about mortality, you know, 10,000%, and like life and death and memory and stuff. And Elden Ring definitely adds in a healthy dose of like civilization and religion and other aspects too. But that's what these games are about. So if they're out here trying to make, you know, Miquella's just morally white and super it's just, that would be so out of place and bullshit. Like, that'd be so crap. Like, these games never do that. The fact that people expected that out of Miquella, I just think is so nonsense. And the fact that people try to like frame Ronnie as that, it's just you're not paying attention to what these games are about. Solaire and Sigmar are not morally white, though, not at all. Like, look at all the issues Solaire has, and they're still going around killing people and all. They are just like in real life. You will run into hardy, nice people that are generally easy to get along with, right? You know, I've met like plenty of people in my life that are easy to talk to, and you know, like I know a guy that he'll see someone broken down on the side of the road and we'll try to help them and stuff like that. Of course there's people like that, but that's not like perfect moral whiteness. Those people that behave that way, you know, still have selfishness, and they're not going to have the answers on how to fix society without there being consequences. Right? Nice guy that stops, you know, broken down car on the side of the road is not going to find a way to fix societal issues, right, that don't have trade-offs where some things suffer and some things don't. There are no ways to do that, right? That's a fairy tale, right? And a character like Solaire and Zigbro are not fairy tale characters, and that's why they don't have you not noticed what happens in their stories? They don't have fairy tale outcomes. Right, at all. You know, Solaire loses his positivity. That's the thing. And even if you save him, he's still kind of messed up. Yeah, he helps you face Gwyn and stuff, and he kind of pulls himself together, but he never goes back to being what he was at the start of those games. Zigbro dies horribly and lets his family down. Right? Zigbro going off on an adventure and trying to you know, find his courage is respectable and all that, but he abandons his family and leaves his daughter without a father, right? Like, what the fuck? Right? These are not, nothing about these stories is morally white. Nothing in these games has ever been that way, and I don't think they ever will. And it would be if anything ever was, it would just be so out of place. And thankfully, and if anything, I think sometimes FromSoft goes a little too far, because for example, you can have someone like Solaire, who's, you know, a nice cooperative guy, but he's not perfect and he doesn't have all the answers and stuff. You can have someone like that doesn't have a miserable ending, right? Some people in life don't have miserable endings. And in their credit, sometimes they do that. Like Nepheli, you know, I would say has a potential quest outcome that is, you know, pretty much just all around positive. But again, she's not perfect. She makes mistakes. She has too much trust in Gideon. It's a flaw that affects her so much that he disowns her, right? And she's susceptible to the potion and all that because like she just trusts, you know, she's so desperate for like approval and everything. She's not really thinking about, you know, logically and shit. So she can have a really bad quest outcome. But you know, her other quest outcome, you know, is quite positive. But you know, again, she's not a perfect person. But I would say the Souls games don't have enough positive outcomes, and the reason I think that's a problem is because you need to be, when you find an NPC that you like in these games, it needs to be a nail biter. You know that Beto emote that he likes to use? It needs to be that. You need to have hope. You need to be like, okay, there's a chance this character is going to have a nice outcome like Nepheli, but you also need to know there's a chance that it's going to work out like Zigbro or something, right? So yeah, I think because so often the NPCs are like Greek tragedies, right? And oftentimes the, you know, they're their own worst enemy. Even if they're nice people, they're their own worst enemy, and they have very avoidable ends, but they have bad, grim ends, right? Again, that are so avoidable. There are just countless NPCs in Bloodborne, Dark Souls, all these games where it's like, my God, you know, if I was that character, I could have avoided this outcome, right? You're going to think that, but that's what a Greek tragedy, you know, kind of is. Like the pyromancer guy in Dark Souls 1, right? That goes down. He just gotta try to find the pyromancer lady, and is clearly out of his depth and all that kind of stuff, and gets lost in the swamp and goes hollow and all that. You know, that was so avoidable, right? That was such an avoidable outcome, but you know, it's what happens. You know, it's his desire for knowledge and curiosity and all that kind of stuff. It outweighs his rational thinking and that kind of stuff. And you know, he doesn't ask for help. You know, he doesn't try to get any of the or any of the other characters try to help him go down there and stuff, kind of stuff. But yeah, you have Patches. The thing is, Patches are obviously clearly not morally white. You're not even close. But he is one of the few characters that can have a good ending. Although you don't have to help him. You can leave him in the misery in the DLC. But yeah, he has a positive outcome. Nepheli has a positive outcome. Let's see, who else has positive outcome in all these games? Funnily enough, Lautrec can. You don't have to kill him, and like, he's not mad at you. He doesn't kill the Firekeeper to get at you. He's just doing what he thinks is best. He's actually trying to help you out if you help him out. You don't have to kill him, and he can just go off, and that's that. Let's see. That one's not as positive though. That's not as like that's you don't have like the scene at the end or you know, like you do with Nepheli and stuff like that. So I'm trying to think of other characters that have good outcomes. There's not a lot. There really is not a lot. Let me think. Dark Souls 1. Okay. I guess Karen, or whatever the fuck you say her name. If you give her Artorias' soul, it's not terrible. Nothing bad happens to Goff, generally. Although there is the whole thing that he thinks he's blind, but it's probably just the resin in his helmet that the people in the area put there, and like that's messed up. And you can't tell him anything about that. No, I'd say it's positive because it's what Lautrec wants, right? Like, it's not positive for you, but it's positive for Lautrec. And I definitely think it is an intentional thing to not necessarily go out and hunt him down. And especially his dialogue, because he's kind of surprised that you're doing it, and stuff. So I think it's a pretty valid outcome for his quest that you don't kill him. But it's not as positive as like something like Nepheli or anything, because who knows what happens, right? Because he might just die to something else, right? It's not like things work out decently well for him. It's not like set up. It's more ambiguous, I would say. I cannot think of a lot of NPCs in the first game where things go well for them. I mean, I guess Patches. Yeah, Patches. There's that. Wow, yeah, Patches is the only thing in Dark Souls 1 I can think of that things work out well for him. Why is it surprising? So think about this more logically, right? Because from the player perspective, from a very gamey perspective, you're like, oh my god, my bonfire's fucked up. This is such a big deal. From a lore perspective, that means nothing. There are so many bonfires. Many of them don't have fire keepers, and many of them go out. And from Lautrec's point of view, the order of Gwyn and everything is bad. And this is so funny because most players adopt the exact mindset Lautrec has. Most people agree that the Koth ending is really more of the good ending, right? Where the Link the Flame ending is you just drinking the Kool-Aid and believing the lie and needlessly sacrificing yourself. That is exactly what Lautrec is doing, right? And Lautrec, so there's some interesting outcomes with Lautrec. If you find him in the jail and have the key and don't free him, he is a dick to you from that point on. He won't tip you off about I forget his name, the cleric guy that can murder the lady. He won't tip you off about that guy being a murderer. He won't tell you about them being in the cat. He won't put his summon sign down for a gaping dragon and gargoyle and stuff. If you do free him though, then he does do those things. Because people think he's like manipulating you. He's not. He legitimately is like, oh yeah, I'll go get you that sunlight medal as a reward. I'll help you with the gaping dragon and all that kind of stuff. Obviously he wants to help himself. He's a very pragmatic and knows the world's fucked up. But will warn you about the guy being a murderer and about he's not planning on going down into the catacombs, right? But he's like, hey, I'll tip you off and let you know that there's a lot of loot down there, just be wary and stuff. He is legitimately helping you, and he sees the order of Gwyn and all this nonsense is evil, right, and is bad, and he even warns you that he's going to kill the Firekeeper. He literally says, enough of her, right? He's telling you like a bro, like, yeah, he thinks you're gonna agree with them. We're like, yeah, these Firekeepers, am I right? And so when you invade him, he is surprised. Listen to his dialogue. He's like, what the fuck? He's like, well, whatever, I guess so be it. He's, dog eat dog world. It's crazy how many people miss this. Right, because then the players will be like, "Yo, fuck Lautrec." But man, that Way of White man, what a piece of shit. This Gwendolyn lying to you stuff. Oh no, I'm doing the dark ending. I'm a Chad. I don't fall for the lies. But yeah, fuck that Lautrec guy doing the same thing. Like this player base, man, they're like, it's insane. Like people have like they get like so tunnel vision and so like what serves me. They're not really, and they carry that over into like how they view the lore and the characters and stuff. When you look at this shit logically, like of you help Lautrec helps you. He tells you he's going to kill the Firekeeper, right? You both helped each other, and you're both being pragmatic. You're both getting something out of this relationship, and he's like, yeah, it works out. And then when you randomly are like all of a sudden not on his side, and all of a sudden being all Way of Whitey, he's like, what the fuck, man? Which makes total sense, right? It's super logical. If anything, you're acting like a schizo whack job. Like, if you do everything in Dark Souls in a purely, like, gameplay-centered way, you are come off as a schizo, right? Either as a schizo or a master manipulator, right? Which, fair enough, right? But it's really just those two options, right? Like, your actions don't look very logical, to the other NPCs. Because if you actually look at like what you do, because bro, people get mad at Lautrec killing the Firekeeper, and then they kill the Fair Lady, and they kill the Dark Moon Knightess, and this is not lost. Like they don't see the problem here. They're like, yeah, man, Lautrec sucks. as I do the exact same thing he did. I'm a hero, by the way. Like, it's so dumb. And I kind of love it, though, because, like, Miyazaki knows this shit. Like, there's so much shit in Dark Souls 1 that is so masterful like that, like, really outs you as being a hypocrite, right? You've got, like, you know, people with the Dark Moon Blades thinking they're saving the day when they're just, you know, being lied to and being a tool of Gwendolyn. And half the people you invade aren't even, you know, Dark Wraiths. You know, they're people that, you know, found out that the city was a lie and all that. You know, that kind of shit is just awesome because the players are actually being deceived. They're actually ignorant. And in a game, you feel it in a gameplay sense. Because, like, I've had a character where I'm not a Dark Wraith, and I get invaded because I found, you know, that Alondo is, I remember this was years ago, but I remember, this is, okay. So, I'm a PvPer, right? So, obviously, I had a lot of characters that I was a red on, and I have a lot of experience PvPing. And most people in the PvP scene will they can feel it. They know when you're a PvPer, right? You figure it out pretty quick, especially if they are a PvPer, right? So then I had this alt character I was playing, you know, just messing around on, and I wasn't invading. Right now, I've invaded another character, so I'm very experienced. I have a very, very capable PvP build that I'm playing through the game with, right? And I don't have my pants down, right? And, you know, I discover that, the city's a lie, and, you know, Guinevere's a fake, and all that kind of stuff. And then I get in. I remember this. So I can't remember his name exactly, but I remember I get invaded by a blue, and his name was like "Invaders Suck" or some shit. Right? He's that blue guy that's like, yeah, fuck these reds. I'm gonna show them what's up, and I'm gonna make the best anti-invader build because blues in that game would be a higher level than the reds, right? So they could make builds that were really disgusting, like with Dark Moon Blade, and still have high HP and high strength and dex and all that. And it was very typical that the blues would have like really bullshit, you know, PvP builds. And yeah, he just had some kind of name, you know, that was like, you know, fuck PvPers or whatever. I don't remember what it was, but, you know, it was something like that. And he played, like, you know, really try hard, and he had one of those builds and all that kind of stuff. And that's when I really felt it. I'm like, man, they're really doing a good job in this game of taking those kind of players and making them think they're the hero, and they're just being, you know, manipulated by Gwendolyn. Like, it's honestly amazing, like, how they pull that off. And it's the same thing with Lautrec. You know, that's why they have Lautrec have those voice lines where he is surprised that you attack him. And I'm pretty sure the voice lines are different if you never meet him, or if you were a dick to him. I don't think he says. I'm not sure. I don't know if he thought of that. You know, FromSoft's not perfect, but I think the lines are different, or he doesn't even say it at all. I know a lot of Lautrec's dialogue is different if you never helped him in the first place. Like, his dialogue is very different, which is really cool. I'm glad they did that. But I think Lautrec is unironically the most misunderstood character in FromSoft history. And there's a lot of videos saying that, right? It's almost like a generic thing to say, but like, he's not like Urt the Silent Chief from Demon's Souls. Like, he isn't. People think he is, but he's just very pragmatic and really believes in you know, his Fia or whatever. And but a lot of it's just funny because a lot of what he does and believes, the majority of the player base does too. You know, most of the player base is like, yeah, fuck Way of White, and most people think the dark ending or Koth ending or whatever is the better pick and stuff like that. That's overwhelmingly how the player base is. If I had a nickel for every time a femboy charms the whole player base to do their bidding, I'd have 2 nickels. That's not entirely true, though, with Gwendolyn, because he doesn't trick the whole player base, right? A lot of people do the dark ending, and they don't buy the Kool-Aid and stuff. But he does trick the blues, right? He definitely, most blue players, I do think, get pretty tricked. And I love, there's so much dialogue in the game. There's so much dialogue in the game that, like, leads into it. You got that guy in the church after the gargoyles, who's like, you know, Team Valka, presumably. He has so much, like, hidden dialogue if you're a blue, where he is, like, making fun of you. Where he's like, oh, stocking up on indictments? How honorable of you, right? Like, you know, he's making fun of you because you're not honorable, right? Like, blues are pieces of shit. It's so good. Like, I love Dark Souls 1, man. It has so much stuff like that. It has all these, like, hidden things and, like, insights, and you can make your own, you know, opinion on a lot of things, and it's fantastic. I don't think Lautrec is even supposed to be a dark reflection of you. I think he's just a very, you know, he's in a zombie apocalypse type situation, right? And he gets it. He's like, you know, you don't get to be nice boy in a world like this, and he's looking out for himself, but he's not a total asshole, and he sees, you know, the use in, you know, returning the favor, and there's no benefit in him betraying you. You know, if you're friendly, you're friendly, no problem. But he's anti-way of white, pretty heavy so, and you know, he's just he's not interested in honor or any of this stuff. That's why he ganks. You know, he's got the guys with him and all that. Like I think he's really just trying to be that like really pragmatic guy in a zombie apocalypse. You know, that's kind of ruthless and but not a dumbass. Right? I think that's kind of what they're going for. But then he's also kind of religious with his goddess and all that too. So, which is kind of like, you know, the duality, right? Lautrec is one of my absolute favorite NPCs. There's a lot of depth there. There's a lot of you know, nuance, and I like, just because he's complicated, but the player base thinks he's simple. You have a lot of people misread the character and all that, and I just think it makes a very interesting character. He's one of my absolute favorite characters in all of the games, and we've had so many games since him, but he's still at the absolute top of my list. I just love Lautrec. Great character. Love Patches too. Holy fuck, Patches is amazing. I think let's see, my absolute all-stars is Lautrec and Patches. Let's see. I mean, there's other characters I really like, but I'm not sure they're quite on that level. Because, like, Nefeli's really cool, and Solaire's really cool, but I don't know if they're quite on that level. Trying to think if there's anyone. Oh, Ansbach. Holy fuck, Ansbach is the GOAT. He is absolutely at the top with the big boys. Like, what a great character. Holy fuck. Like, actual wisdom opposed to Gideon. He's, like, such a great foil to Gideon. I love it. Yeah, really like Ansbach. And there's a lot of subtle stuff with the way they have him speak and the way he views things, where he's very much gotten over his ego, and he you know, he's okay with like people potentially having knowledge that he doesn't have and stuff like that. Like he's an actual wise character. He's very well written in the way his dialogue is done and stuff. It's actually so masterful, most people won't even notice it. Like the way he speaks and the way he approaches like knowledge and like what he does and doesn't know. Just awesome. Just absolutely awesome. Love that character. If there ever was a character that could maybe dethrone Patches and Lautrec, it's him. I'm not sure he has, but I absolutely love him. Let's see if there's anyone else that I like really high. I mean, I think Demon Souls. I like a lot of the Demon Souls cast, almost the whole cast really, but I'm not sure there's anything quite on that level. Like Starva and the witch was pretty cool in that. Not my favorite, but I forget her name. Was it just Yuria? Because they use that name so many. Oh, Gold Mask. Yeah, oh fuck yes. Yeah, Gold Mask is at the top of the list too. I don't think anything on Demon Souls would make it to my absolute top of the list though. There's some stuff that I like, but yeah, not quite. I haven't played Demon Souls in a while though, so I'd have to give it a fair shake again. I do. Yurt the Silent Chief is very cool, but not Lautrec out of 5, I would say. But he is a very cool character. Yeah, Yuria's like the OG witch that all the other ones are kind of modeled after, but she's quite different than like Beatrice and Carla and all them. I wish Beatrice you actually got to meet. She was actually going to be in the DLC, but it got cut for one reason or another. But she sounds interesting with the whole, like, you know, fuck the Helm School and I'm gonna do this shit myself and all that. But it's hard to know what she was really about. Cool drip, though. Yeah, I think it's Gold Mask, Ansbach, Lautrec, Patches. There's plenty of other characters that would be like an honorable mention, but like, yeah, I think those are the GOATs. I guess it would change too if you count bosses and stuff like that, but for straight NPCs, I would say that's probably it. Carla is up there. She's probably the best of the witches, but I don't think I'd quite put her on the level as the others. But she's a pretty likable character, and I like the contrast and like how she deals with the trauma she's gone through compared to Yuria. And then I love to death the bit where you've got those like evil tomes, right? That if you give to the cleric lady will fuck her up, right? And like super mess her up, and you can't make her a firekeeper and all that this stuff. But if you give them to Carla, you know, she's all like warning you about them, but it sounds like she's warning you about them because it's like it could mess her up and stuff again. But that's once the conversation finishes, that's not what she's saying. She just doesn't want to sound stupid. She's like talking about how like you may not say the words right and crap like that. Like she's not even phased by these tomes at all. You know, she just doesn't want to look silly for mispronouncing words or something. I just, that contrast is so funny to me because it's just like the evilness of it or the darkness of it, whatever. It just doesn't even like factor in. On Andre, like Andre again is, you know, not quite on the level of Patches and all that, but man, Andre is such a bro, and I really like how he is in Dark Souls 3 actually, because a lot of characters really have a hard time if they kind of came back in Dark Souls 3 after all these ages and stuff. But Andre's like, you know, nope, just gonna keep on making these tools for people, you know. Like, you know, it's easy to be like, you know, Patches the unbreakable, but honestly, Andre seems pretty unbreakable too. And he's like so like nice, but if you do fuck with him, he'll throw hands, man. I love like some of his like dialogue and whatnot if you attack him. So he's pretty sick. Oh, you know what? Again, not quite on the level of Patches in them, but Goff is really good. Like Goff has so much dialogue, and he is such an awesome character. And he's kind of interesting because he is very wise, like Ansbach, but then he's like duality. He's also kind of an idiot. He's like wise and stupid, and like there's a lot of that in real life. There's a lot of people that, you know, have a lot of wisdom in certain areas, but then can be kind of like shockingly dumb. And like it's very common, like academics and stuff are like incredibly stupid in many fields. They don't even realize it, because he is wise and he knows a lot and he passes on all this like lore and stuff. But like he seemingly is too stupid to realize that he's not actually blind, and stuff like that. So it's just it's kind of interesting. But you know, he's bros with the blacksmith and everything. So yeah, I really like Goff and the blacksmith, of course, like the giant blacksmith. Hugh, who's the blacksmith and that. Yeah, he is kind of a hard read though, because there's just so much information about him that is it's like not clear who the spirit tuner that he's like indebted to is. And it's like unclear why he's so loyal to America, because like we don't really know America's true goal. And that's what I was saying the other day, right? Like it would be so much easier to judge America and like Hugh if we really understood what is America's end game, right? Like what is her plan, and like, cause she seemingly knew about this Elden Beast situation, and that's why she sent the Tarnished away to come back and everything. So like, if you come back and succeed, what's the goal? What's happening? What are we doing? You know, what reason does Hugh have to be so loyal to America? Is it a good reason? Is it a manipulative reason? Right? Does he know her goal? Does he not know her goal? Like, we just don't know these things, and those are pretty important, because like if Hugh has, even if Hugh is being manipulated, right? If the manipulation was very believable, right, and like you can really get why he buys into America's you know, propaganda, if you will, or whatever. We don't know if it is, but like let's assume that like America is evil and is manipulating him, right? If the propaganda was like very believable, and it's like, yeah, I could see why someone would get manipulated in this situation and stuff, then, you know, I would, that's pretty favorable. But if it's like he's a fucking idiot, right, he's like a blind zealot, then that's not as favorable to me. And then you also have the fact that maybe it's not propaganda, maybe he, you know, America really does give him a good reason to have faith in her and stuff. So I just don't know. I don't really know how to feel about him because of that. And like we don't really know the context of like, you know, why he's a prisoner and everything. There's just so like what's his past, you know, like we just don't know. He's now certainly an intriguing character, and I think it's kind of a shame that we don't get answers to some of this stuff. You can tell which one's a mimic because the chain's different, but I forget which chain is the correct chain. So I'll look for the teeth. I'm pretty sure this is the mimic. I think yeah, you can see it breathing. That's such a subtle detail. If I don't play the game in a while, I forget which chain is the correct position. I feel like I'm forgetting some good NPCs, though. I mean, there's a lot of NPCs that are... I tell you who I don't like that much.
but I kind of like that I don't like him, because he's kind of designed to be this way, is Gideon. Gideon is a jackass, and he like is such a pompous, like egotistical kind of person. He's like the opposite of Ansbach, and then he like tries to act like, you know, he wasn't the one that got Aishi to try to kill you and all that stuff. But he's such a piece of shit. And he's so egotistical. He's such a contrast to Ansbach. But the fact that I dislike him so much, I think he makes him a good character, right? Because they did a good job of like making him that kind of arrogant, you know, asshat who does know some things. It's not like he's not like he doesn't have any knowledge, but yeah, he is kind of full of himself. Like, I think he's a great addition to the cast. I think he, you know, it's kind of like, you know, things play off of him well, even though it's not like a character that I don't admire or hype. Yeah, you're kind of happy to see him die, you know, that kind of stuff. But yeah, I appreciate him. I would say that's a good way of putting it. I forgot to loot that, damn it. Sure took us a minute to do the dungeon. I was kind of an autopilot. I don't even like know how I approached most of the encounters there. I wasn't really paying attention. Waiting. So I gotta say, that gesture you do in the DLC to unlock an area, I think is done a lot better than in this game. You know, it's a little hidden and whatnot, and you feel smart if you figure it out. But they do plenty, like, first off, when you find the "Oh Mother" emote, you find it in a way where it's kind of obvious it's important, right? And then you have like the statue that looks like it and everything, and it's after going down this big elevator ride and all that, and it's just like it's not too hard to figure out to do that gesture. And there's that special message that kind of brings importance to the area and stuff on the ground. But you know, it's still hidden. It's still kind of a thing. Where this one is pretty damn hard to figure out. I would say. If you follow the lore, it's a lot easier to figure out. But yeah, first playthrough, it's pretty tough. I don't think they intended most people to do this area on their first playthrough. And for people that didn't look anything up, I suspect most people didn't. And for me, if I off memory, I didn't look anything up on my first playthrough, and I didn't come here. But after I beat the final boss, then I looked up stuff like, hey, did I miss anything big before going into New Game Plus? And then I'm pretty sure I came here. Where did the other one go? Did he somehow fall off? We weren't that close to a ledge. We were way over here. Did he like, bro? Because he's gone. I don't see him anymore. It's a magic trick. Chat, does this count as a character? Calamite? I think he does. Now, he's a boss, obviously, not like an NPC, but he has plenty of character. Because you interact with him outside of the boss fight. Goff tells you about his history and everything. And, you know, his people have been, you know, mostly wiped out and everything. So, like, you get quite a bit of Calamite. And I fucking love Calamite. Like, what a badass dragon, dude. I think it's a different kind of character, right? It's than a typical, like, very relatable human character, but... They're not gonna come over here? Alright. I mean, I didn't say he was an NPC. I said he's a character, and I think that's kind of undeniable. You know, I don't think you have to be like a human, and you don't have to speak English to be a character. And I definitely think he's a character. But he's not an NPC because, like, the purpose of an NPC. I mean, I guess technically an NPC means non-player character, which he is that. But what people mean by NPC is, like, you know, a character like you that you can interact with, and is like, you know, that kind of thing. It's like a character you have a conversation with. Like, people in FGO say Ort's not a character, and I just completely disagree with that. I think that's very like egotistical, and humans are really bad about this, where it's like, if it's not like us, it's not important. Like, you know, we only care about things that are like very, like the animals we like the most are the animals that are the most like us, right? Like, we're just very much like that. Because we are so egotistical, right? We are unbelievably egotistical. So if it's not relatable directly to us, we just don't have the ability to have any empathy for it, or even like see it as valid, right? And it's kind of funny because if we ran into an alien that had that mindset, but then was very different than us, so like they don't see us as valid because we're nothing like them, so we're not important, right? We would be like, oh my god, these things are so terrible and they're so immoral, right? Like we're really silly like that. And my thing is, it's like with the whole, you know, you can't be morally white. There's a lot of things, you know, as a species you might have to do that aren't nice, right? In order to benefit your own species and continue your well-being, you might have to do things to other species or plants or whatever that aren't nice. And you just, that's fine, I think, because those things will do those animals will do those things, and those plants, you know, will forcibly take the water and things like that, right? So you gotta just accept that, you know, it is a dog-eat-dog world, and there are times that you're gonna have to do things that aren't nice. But you can, it's the lying to yourself. It's like this acting like I'm so moral and we're better than everything else. When it's just there's no integrity in it, right? Like when you're acting as dog eat dog as everything else is, and then you're trying to act like because I'm nice to the things that are like me, then I'm so moral. And there's nothing wrong with killing the things that aren't like me, right? That's just hypocrisy to me. Yeah, Ort's awesome. Ort's the best. Because, like, he's that, like, not human kind of character to such an extreme, and he's, like, so different than people, and he's so about survival, and which, I mean, that part is similar to humans, and he's so determined and, just other, and, just unrelenting, right? I love that about the character, and, like, the design, and, like, and also he, like, even though he doesn't, like, talk like humans and stuff, he is clearly smart. Because he like outsmarts you several times, and he knows how to like manipulate the beam, and he learns how to use the summoning system, right? Which like a normal human would never be able to figure out. You know, there's so much like intelligence there, even though it's very inhuman, and I love that. You know, it's kind of like Lovecraftian, but in a more understandable way. Like Lovecraftian is like this very other kind of, you know, situation, and it's totally ununderstandable, where Ort is kind of ununderstandable, but you can understand a little bit. Right, the switch is just right here. That's kind of bizarre. Okay, we've been doing some fun bosses today. Like Pontiff was awesome, Gundyr was awesome, Dragon Slayer armor was awesome. We are now about to do one that is not awesome. I tell you what though, you fight these snake guys. Oh fuck, I didn't loot that. You have these snake guys in here that have axes on chains, and it's so cool. And and then you've got the axe and hammer gladiator guys in Elden Ring that are kind of like the same thing. And I wanted that kind of thing to be a playable weapon forever, and we never get it. And you can make a lot of like normal melee attacks, but then like the weapon art, or maybe the charged R2 or something, is like where you throw it out and bring it back with the chain. Like that'd be so sick. But we cannot have nice things. So that dragon out there on the rock, there's data in the game that he was supposed to be a boss. And it's unclear if he just wasn't finished, or if they thought having a real proper ancient dragon like that, like even, you know, even more so than Calamite and stuff, maybe they thought that just didn't fit with Dark Souls 3, which they're kind of right. But that giant ass dragon out there does have a model that was clearly being made to be a movable and be a boss. And from an artistic standpoint, it's probably the right call, but it's one of the coolest dragon designs I've ever seen. You can kind of see it in game, like on the mountain, which I'll show later. But when you can see it more clearly, it's just such an amazing dragon design. It's like the perfect mix of not just being a generic dragon, but still feeling very classical and normal, and not just weird and different just to be different. It's like the ultimate rock dragon, right? I absolutely love the design. It's one of my favorite, if not my favorite dragon design I've ever seen. Oh, that was the axe guy hit me through the floor. This is such an obnoxious fight, dude. All these enemies, and you stop to fight them, you're just gonna get whacked a lot, and then his head will just move, so your plunge attack won't work randomly. I did it! I slayed the dragon! I'm such a badass. I would love for them to take some Kingsfield stuff and put it in Night Rain. Dude, Night Rain needs to just, like, embrace what they are. Like, become Smash Brothers. Everyone's here. Just have fun with it. You know, add new nodes. Like Cairo was saying, they should add nodes where, like, the ballista from Dark Souls 3 that shoots at you in, like, the demon ruins and stuff. You know, make an area for that, right? And you could make all, like, just go crazy with it, man. And, like, you save on budget and everything by just mostly reusing assets, but you do it in a fun way, in a fresh way, combine things, bring back, you know, everyone's favorites and stuff. Be great, man. But yeah, bringing in Kingsfield stuff would be so sick. That's like the OOOG stuff. Hell yeah, the Iron Man. Actually, that's a good idea. Now, they don't have the rights to that, but they could just make it very similar, right? And do something like that. That'd be, like, adding some traps and stuff like that actually would be a really good idea, I think. Make some, like, mini dungeons that are nodes. You have to go through some, like, hallways real quick. Just have a brisk little, you know, trap to deal with. Some, like, fun iframe timing, you know, rolling through arrows and stuff. Doesn't have to be crazy. It's just something to kind of keep you on your toes and mix up what you're doing a bit from time to time. Like, well, like, they should just reuse assets like a motherfucker and just be creative with how you reuse them. You know, if they want to use tile sets from Dark Souls 3, it don't bother me one bit. Just in, like, for the love of God, put an Answerer. Yes, absolutely. You make that like the super hidden EX boss. I'm actually unironically, Answerer is a bit of a meme, right? But unironically, I am in the camp that I do think there should be a super hidden, you know, hard fucking EX boss that is from Armored Core. Someone actually, I just saw, someone sent me a video last night. Someone did mod in Balateus and, like, has its missile attacks and all this nonsense. And it is hilarious seeing that in Elden Ring. And it's insane. So yeah, though, 100% I want them to do something from Armored Core. And you make it stupid fucking hard, right? You can pick something that size-wise could just be like, you know, it's gonna be as big as a giant-ass fucking dragon. So it's like, these enemies are so dumb. Like, I really dislike enemies like this because they're so easy with a shield, and you should not be this punished for not using a shield. Like, they're nothing with a shield. Like, they'll just shield bounce off you and you just murder them. Without a shield, they're just constantly attacking. There's no frame where, like, they're vulnerable, and there's really just no way to fight them. And, like, when you're already aggroed, you can't really easily switch to a shield unless your inventory's already set up and crap, and it's just dumb as fuck. I just really dislike the enemies where it's like they're so annoying, but then if you have a shield, then there's just nothing. I just think that's bad design. Like, those enemies are like the ultimate version of that. They're like the dogs, but so much worse. Like, they'll just non-stop do that stupid dagger spam. It's like one frame. It'll knock you out of anything. It does so much damage, and they'll just keep doing it over and over and over. And if there's like 2 or 3 of them, you're never going to get to a hit in without hit trading. It's impossible. And because I'm low level, right, if I hit trade, I'm going to get eviscerated. But then you use a shield, and they just shield bounce off you, and they get, like, stuck for, like, 2 seconds, and you just beat them up for free. And they're just, like, the dumbest... I just dislike that. I get it. Dark Souls is, like, trying to be a very knowledge-based game. But, like, it's just too extreme for me. Like, where it's almost, like, unskillable, and then it's, like... But then it's so easy if you have the right setup. So, I actually think if they add the reindeer... Right, so maybe you do, like, because you have the dragon with the fog, right? Maybe you make a node that generates a bunch of, Did I get the armor set? Oh, it's right, you kill him and then you go back. That's what it is. Yeah, you go back to where you got the gesture and then you get the armor. I don't know why I finally remember how to get that armor set, but it just came to me there. Anyway, you could do a node where, like, fog spawns and it's a little hard to see. Maybe not as hard to see as Dark Souls 2. But, you know, it's a little hard to see. Where the fuck? Dude, I cannot find... Okay, I'm just gonna go here. Oh, there we go. It's crazy it's connected to the high wall, technically. Anyway, you make it hard to see, and I hate when I'm trying to multitask and I just cannot finish a sentence, right? It's just, there's no fixing it. But you put the reindeer in there, right, from Dark Souls 2. You can't use them heavily. I think it'd be way too annoying, but having a little bit of a throwback, have a node with them, and maybe combo them with one other enemy and stuff. The main thing is, if the goal is, like, beating a boss and they're in the area, and you're beating, like, a mini-boss or something, that's not that bad. The reason it's so bad in Dark Souls 2 is because... even if you kill them, they just keep coming back, and you're not, the point isn't to, like, claim the area, it's to get through the area, right? And the area is really long and confusing and easy to get lost in, and so you're just non-stop dealing with the deer, right? If it's more of a short, brisk thing, and you gotta just beat this mini-boss while dealing with it, and then it's over, right? Then it's not, that's not bad, right? I don't think that's a problem. All right, let's see how our weight ratio is here. Okay, this is actually lighter, interestingly enough. Yeah, I love Drake Blood because this doesn't look great. This is chicken leg, right? I don't like that. But then this still matches just fine, and it's not chicken legs. Now, in Elden Ring, when they brought the Thorn set over, they actually kind of, I would say they pretty much fixed the chicken leg thing. They made it a little bit heftier at the bottom, and it looks a lot better. Yeah, this armor set looks incredible in Elden Ring. I really want that in the regular Elden Ring game. Let's see. So my equip load is... Okay, I guess I may... Yeah, now I don't need the Hovel Ring. Okay, that's actually totally fine. That's a decent reason to change all that then. Let me fix my inventory. I would not put in White Glint because it's so unbelievable if you killed it. And White Glint, like, flies in the air so much. It doesn't, like, just, like, hover like Belateus does and stuff like that. I think that would be... obviously, it'd be cool to see White Glint. But that's just, like... That's just, like, insulting to White Glint, right? Obviously, though, it's kind of the most... I don't know, with Armored Core 6 and all these new people coming in that haven't played the old games, I don't know if White Glint is the most iconic anymore. It probably still is, though. A lot of people knew what White Glint was that had never even played Armored Core. Like, that was that design really blew up beyond the Armored Core community. And it's kind of always been known. Doing, like, damaged White Glint, though, would, like, that would take a lot more effort, right, on their part. Because you have to change stuff. Yeah, original 9-ball's fine, because then you're not, like, beating Seraph or anything, so it's not, like, insulting to 9-ball. And, like, spec-wise and movement-wise and everything, I think it fits in a lot better. Because, like, that guy that modded in Balateus, you can see how it's actually it's a very doable thing. You might have to nerf them a little bit to make it reasonable for you to have damage windows and stuff, but that's not, like, that big of a deal. But yeah, it's I think it is totally worth doing. Again, you have to make it super, you know, off canon and a hidden EX bonus thing and that kind of stuff. But I think it'd be a lot of fun. I have never had a character like this. I'd use this armor all the time, this armor combination, but with Lucerne, this is an interesting vibe I got going on here. Okay, that's a mess. I just clicked the Elden Ring button again. We're going to be having plenty of that. It's been getting better. I'm not doing it as often as I was, but... Okay, I need to set up a lot of stuff. I should make some simple items. I should make some blessed items. Get some housekeeping done here. Now that we're kind of in the harder part of the game. Okay, so I need 2 simple items. Then I need to level my blessed items. These weigh these weigh more, but they look so much better than this one. It's like, it fits my fashion a lot better, and I've got 3 of them, so we'll see what we can do. mean, I've got some equip load to spare, so like, I could manage one of those if need be. Wait a minute. To be clear, it's not feet picks, it's shoe picks. There is a difference here. It's not. I don't like Sith in FGO, but let's not slander her name here. Okay. Trying to think if I want to use this. At low level you do, and it's not as bad at high level as it is in Elden Ring. This is a fun weapon, and this is amazing in PvP. You quick swap to it and can just destroy people. This would be another fun weapon to use, and we could do a whole faith thing. It's only got descaling and faith, though. This is such an awkward weapon because of that. They said they are going to add more characters to Night Rain, and more bosses, too. You can already get the Moonlight Grade. So I never fucking make a character for this thing. I think I did once, and I barely played it. This is a fun weapon. This is actually a super fun weapon. We could. Yeah, something from Otogi would be nice. That would be cool. I don't think that's crazy to even make them a playable character. I don't think they actually stand out too much, and with the way Night Rain is, I don't think that's a big deal. I think them coming in, like, their universe is about as compatible as Dark Souls. I don't think that's a big problem. Okay. So, we need 2 simple items. One. Alright, that's 2. And then we'll make this one another blessed one. Because it just because it looks better. Although I may not have a blessed gem. Fuck, I don't. Oh, that's annoying. Playable Rusty. Okay, that would be pretty hard to do. Where's the one lady? Huh. Maybe she's at the grave. Oh, a Togi? I would stream it if it wasn't so hard to stream. I played Otogi 2 when I was young, and I liked it a lot when I was young, and I have no idea if it holds up, though. I remember really enjoying it, and I liked all the different characters and stuff. It was neat. There's that pickaxe, which we could use. We've been doing a Leo ring this whole time. Oh yeah, this sword's really good on a hollow build, I remember. I've used it. It's actually, like, disgustingly strong. Oh yeah, this thing's good because it's only 1.5. Probably looks better than... This thing doesn't look so good. Oh, it's 1.5 as well. But yeah, the dagger looks better. We'll do that. It kind of doesn't hold up. Better than Ninja Blade? Okay, let's be fair. Ninja Blade isn't even holding up because it was never up to begin with. That's like the one absolute bomb from FromSoft. That was just not a good game. That was not their best. Okay, now we gotta upgrade a bunch of shit. I have so many souls. Out of curiosity, what level could I be
If I was like, you know, just playing like a normal person here.
Very well, then take.
Wow. 72. I would say most people at this point in the game would probably be like 60, 65.
Farewell.
Okay, chat. Who's cooler, Duchess or Dark Souls 3 Firekeeper? I'd say trick question and then name someone cooler that has a mask like that, but I can't think of someone that has a mask like that other than like Gundam characters, but that's not most of those aren't great enough. Char's lame, fight me. I for some reason, I kind of have a negative view of the Dark Souls 3 Firekeeper, and I don't even know why. Because she's kind of a bro, because, like, she'll side with you even if you're like, fuck it, we're going dark, right? She's, like, very much a bro, but, I don't know, for some reason, I've never really liked her that much. Like, I don't even know. Yuzura's Wrath, man, that's a fucking game. There are plenty of female characters that I like in these games, thank you. People just like to ignore those. I just don't like the waifu-y characters generally. Especially when the game is like laying it on thick. I'm not about it. Okay. These don't really matter if I upgrade them past, because it would matter for PvP. It'd mess up my matchmaking, but we're not really worrying about PvP on this character because PvP is dead in Dark Souls 3. Still, maybe I just keep him at +7 just for like balance sake. I don't need the FP generation ones as much. Although they regenerate so much slower that the more you upgrade them, the better, because it's like painful. I guess I'll upgrade them up until they use chunks. Because I can't buy chunks yet. So for like ladies in particular, let me think. I mean, Nefeli's fine, Duchess is fine. Dark Moon Nidus is fine, although she is kind of overly loyal and a dumbass. So I don't like her as much as the others. Yuria's fine, Carla's fine, Beatrice is fine. Let's see. There's a lot of NPCs, so it can be kind of hard to remember all the fucking people. Oh yeah, Carla, but that's Armored Core. But yeah, Carla's fucking awesome. There's plenty of cool characters in Armored Core. Yeah, I always have a hard time remembering all the bloody NPCs when I try to go through them in my head. Oh, Lucatiel's fine. Like, she's cool. Let's see. I haven't played Bloodborne enough, because I haven't even finished it the one time. I don't remember anyone's name in that, but the Crow Lady was really cool in that. Not a lot of NPCs in Bloodborne, to be honest. So there's not a lot to pick from there. Like, the only other lady I can even think of in Bloodborne is the psycho in the clinic. And the doll. I can't even think of anybody else. There probably is, and I'm just forgetting, but okay, those are at chunks. I'll take this to 7 though, because we'll probably use it. Is there a reason to use a fire weapon again anytime soon? I don't There's not too much. I mean, the slimes, but we're already past most of that. I don't think I've seen all the armor sets in Bloodborne, so I don't know what my favorite fashion is. Okay. I will say, I don't like the fashion in Bloodborne nearly as much as, like, Dark Souls and Elden Ring and all that. It's not my style as much. I don't hate it. There's definitely stuff in it that I think is cool, but, I like my armor. I may well try pickaxe out at some point, but we don't really need it on us this second. Okay, I'll upgrade the longsword in case we do need to fight enemies that I want to use a shield for. Oh, and I should have a regular shield upgraded. There is this thing, but that doesn't really count. Those snake guys, if I want to, like, get the loot in that place. Oh yeah, this one gives you more souls. You can switch to it when you kill bosses. It's pretty sick. This shield right here is so good. This is so good for Pontiff because it has good magic, physical, and fire. Wild. Chat, it's crazy because I PvP'd, right? And like this matters so much in PvP. I don't remember how this game calculates the like shining stuff, the twinkling titanite, which is like the somber of this game. I don't remember what one upgrade is worth. I think it's worth 2. I think it's simpler like that. I'm not 100% sure about that though. We'll go to 3. That's probably about right. But yeah, holy fuck, I don't remember any of that like detail. Might as well buy this stuff if you're not leveling right now. Oh, hey, we can buy this. Nice. We might use this. That's a very unique weapon. It would look cool with the blessed weapon because the knights do that themselves. This is a damn nice looking big boy sword. Like it's pretty cool. Crazy to see that poke is in this game. It's just so much stronger in Elden Ring, though. I mean, it's good in this game, too, but, I think it's, best if you can use it, if you can somehow get fast roll, which is hard to do with a big boy weapon like that. But, I mean, 24-16 is not too unreasonable. And then maybe we go hard faith. We'll do that once we feel like it's okay to, like, really level up, right? Like, maybe go really hard on the faith and, see how it holds up. The thing is, if you go hard in the faith, though, you really shouldn't use blessed weapon anymore. Aside from it just, like, looking cool. Okay, so we need to kill Yorm. Who, the best bonfire here. Guess that. I tell you though, a lady character I don't like is Melania. And it's really funny because in the trailer, they're really trying to get you to think she's all honorable and all this stuff, and she's so not. Like, I think it's very intentional, like, and she's actually very prideful and, like, petty and, kind of foolish. And, like, Radon, they kind of want you to think is an asshole in that trailer, but, nope. Did I kill the thing down here? Looks like wait, is there loot in there, though? Maybe he dropped something? I don't really remember. Surely he's not gonna start attacking, you know, when I'm in the animation or anything. They wouldn't do that. Well, we found a use for a fire weapon. Boy, I missed a lot of loot in here. I was in super autopilot mode, so. That grab, like, turned so hard to the left there. Like, I didn't iframe it because I'm like, oh, I'm fine. That is not my fire dagger. That was a blessed dagger. I'm good at this game, don't worry about it. I'm gonna kill her, because maybe I can come back here without using a bonfire. Ridiculous. That spacing. Wow, this wrecks them. They're weak to piercing damage and then being far away from them so their hands don't hit you. And this thing does both of those things. I tell you, Lucerne is not like the perfect weapon. It, you know, it's a bit slow, and some of the boss fights, that's a real problem. But it's been pretty damn impressive. And you know, I'm holding it back. We're only +7. It has performed quite well. It's been incredible for the NPC fights. I think the fight where it did the worst was Pontiff. Just because there were like some openings that like other weapons I know could have got hits in where it couldn't. But, you know, you're supposed to play around that. Oh, I have no ring slot equipped there. Whole time. Hold on. I'm gonna kill this guy because I don't want him bugging me when, I come back. So I have a message in one of my characters where like that guy's yelling and you can hear him through the whole dungeon. I just put a message that just says silence, and it got so many upvotes. Like, it was insane how many upvotes that thing got. But it was really annoying listening to that guy screech in that dungeon. Yeah, I kind of forgot about the Moonlight Greatsword when we were talking about weapons earlier. That would have been a unique pick. But I'm enjoying this Lucerne. It's been an interesting perspective. It is a shame that you can't really do like casual PvP anymore, because I would have loved invading Cathedral of the Deep with this thing. I'd use Leo Ring. Like, you keep going for it. You try to get those fuckers to hit trade. Maybe pop a resin on this thing. And blow them the hell up. Oh yeah, I missed this thing. Oh, right. I could have taken the elevator. Well, there was plenty of loot along the way. Halberd's got the better running attack off memory, though. Or is that Glaives? I think some Halberds might share that running attack. I'm not sure. It's like... They got some weird weapons in this game that were, like, the movesets are a little bit different. Like with, Astora's greatsword and stuff. There's other weapons with that poke, but not all big boy swords have that poke. The R2. These one frame fucking attacks, man. Well, that was a little bit slower. It's just they weren't ever stopping to attack, so I was gonna hit trade there pretty likely. Got triple regen going on right now. I wonder if I've got the regen spell though, and then use the mana regenerating stuff, if that'd be more efficient. It is in Elden Ring, because you can do like the FP regeneration talisman and just use Beastful Vitality and just crazy high efficiency there. Yeah, the main thing about Lucerne is the fact that it is so very similar to the Halberd, but it's doing piercing damage. It's just very unique because of that. And a lot of enemies are weak to piercing damage, and you have the Leo ring and all that stuff. don't think we're going to enjoy this. I very much wish I could two-shot them and not three-shot them. Just gonna have to 1 HP in a dream this. That would, see, this thing being slow is making that really scary because they're almost hitting me. Like, it's so close, it's super scary. If I two-shot them, though, that would have been a lot, smoother. This room is kind of dumb. Now, your flasks are there to be used. But, we're in a section of the game that if you want to free Carla and make it not annoying as hell, you don't want to use a bonfire for a good minute. But, I have 13 of them. So, the thing is, if I use one, I'm probably just going to lose it immediately because of these bitches. So, it's kind of a just don't get hit forehead moment. Ooh, that was close. I think we're going to reset them. I'm not brave enough. Honestly, I'm not too scared of these when I fight them with a faster weapon. It's pretty easy to interrupt them, but Lucerne is slow enough that I'm pretty scarred. It'd be pretty easy to just get poked once and die. You know, Blue Tearstone would not go amiss here. This is probably the only time I would ever say that. Because I'm not always at 1 HP. Although they do fire damage as well. Nerd! Nice dress, idiot. Don't defend them, chat. Look at that idiot. Can't even figure out where I am. Turn their lamp off like an absolute moron. I wonder how that's gonna go for them. Like, they had bullshit iframes and they still died. Oh fuck, she can figure it out. Oof. Did she just wall bounce? I've never seen a mob wall bounce. I don't know, that might have just been like the sound. I don't know if it actually bounced. Like, mobs always cheat and they don't have to deal with that. They don't get paid enough to deal with you. Well, too bad. Right, there's another one right there. Let's see if these two can fight. Sometimes this guy will fuck that whole group up. Like, it'll take them forever to hit him, and, like, you can just get so much done with him running around. It's kind of random, though. Boy, he, wrong target, buddy. Oh, there's not one over here. I wonder if he can fight the Mimic. I know he can fight the jailers, obviously, but, I don't know about the Mimic. I thought there was another jailer over there, but I guess it's just this one and that's it. He was following me so tightly until then. Oh, she's doomed. No shot. And he just walks back to his cell. Like, yeah, I didn't actually mind it in here. I just hate you guys. It's locked. You might want to take your earbuds out or mute the stream for like 2 seconds. It's about to make a really loud noise. I'm doing it. All right. So nice not having to listen to that crap.
take my earbuds out, no problem. Not really sure why they did that. It doesn't even trigger mobs or anything. Yeah, I think that should like spawn some mobs, like an invader or an ambush or something. Like, it's just weird that it doesn't do anything. I wonder if +8 would be enough to one-shot or two-shot there. Probably not quite. Probably +10 though. So chat, this is an enemy that doesn't really need to be in Night Rain. You know, if they want to put it in, sure, but some of these are friendly, but I don't think that one is. And I feel bad for them. They're just like normal people that were like captured and experimented on. And it's kind of implied like these jailers have kind of just, they're just so like fucked up and sadistic that a lot of what they're doing doesn't even have like a purpose. They're just fucking with them because they're evil. They're my favorite enemy. Yeah, right. So sometimes this guy kills himself. I find he does it a lot in PvP. It's like very common. The jump will just get bugged out for like, I guess, desync reasons or something, and he just dies. Decently fun enemy to fight, but we got places to be. I don't want to fight on that bridge. So if you want to just blitz it to Yorm, you can get there so quick. Just so quick. But there's so much loot here that I want that, taking me a minute. Alright, don't rest at the bonfire. Now we need to go that way. Cat ring be blessed. It does make me sad in Elden Ring that because they made fall damage not just a bit more forgiving, but just so much more forgiving, that Cat Ring has kind of lost its purpose. He almost killed himself. Okay, I couldn't really see there. Boy, Lucerne did some damage to him. Oh, I actually got a flask back. I forgot that can happen sometimes. I guess I'll flask then. Maybe I should have waited. There's not much combat for a spell. That sound, so nasty. Is there a hole here? Yes, okay. They just want you to slip up and fall and have to fight the enemies right away. And I start getting poisoned and you don't even know what's happening. Actually, I think it's toxic, which I didn't buy any of these, so I only have 3. I don't need Eleonora, the weapon. Like, that's a pretty garbage weapon, so I can just ignore it. Oh, that's nice. How generous of them. Wow, it was still building up even though I wasn't standing in it. It was still like detecting that I was in it. Don't think any of the loot down here matters. Ooh, okay, we're good. Got an annoying NPC fight here. I actually hate him so much when I'm super low level. But we're like 39 or something, so it's not that bad. Whew. What an enemy. I don't really know what happened there. Like, he knocked himself down. I don't even... Honestly, they're kind of fun to fight mechanically, but they're ugly. I think I'm running out of Lloyd's talismans here. There's a lot more mimics in this game than I remembered. Yeah, we definitely need that. The one thing this character's not gonna be is an end character. Knights are meta for almost every every like setup except for end. Yeah, I don't know if those enemies are supposed to be like a warped version of the like Cyclopses from Dark Souls 2, because they have a lot of similar attacks and similar body size and everything, but it's so strange. And they really don't have any lore off memory like at all. I don't think they're referenced in any item at all. Guy doesn't have a lot of poise, so I actually would have stopped my think, but my attack actually missed, even though it was so close. Why did he just cast that twice in a row? So I just had a PvP moment when I rolled through his attack. I didn't R1 immediately because I was trying to roll catch him, but like he's not a player, so it does not work that way. I was like, oh, he's gonna roll and I'll get it. So then it's like it's an NPC. Dude, PvP brain can really fuck you up. Like, Nameless King does the lightning strike, which people use plenty of in PvP, but the timing is just randomly different. How did I not get the... What? Oh, I fucked up, chat. How did I not get that key? The key in here is the Carla one. What the... What? I thought it was like pretty much unmissable, like really linear thing. I don't remember ever having... Fuck. This is what happens if you don't play the game for a long time. Oh fuck, I'm fat rolling. Ever so slightly. Okay, Lucerne's pretty good. That was pretty sick. Chat, I'm a car. Look, I got wheels. Vroom vroom. See, that's Carla's keys, but where is Zigbro's? Fuck. Well, we'll just look around here and see how it goes. Bloody rats. Wow, that hitbox. Let me think. There is a key in a cell that maybe I didn't get. These enemies should be dead. Oh, I didn't kill her. Damn. We're gonna stick with the fat roll. I'm brave. Oh, there. Jesus Christ, there's 3 of them. Give me one moment. I did not. Maybe no fat roll. Hmm. God. Lucerne was just ever so slightly faster. Okay, I have plenty of flasks. I'm kind of glad, though, I can't kill them super easily. It is making this more tense. Like, me having slightly lower damage is kind of good. Shut up. God, I love PvPing in this area. Super fun. Man, how do I not remember where Zigbro's keys are? Really weird. I don't remember it being anything that was all that missable. What are you looking at? Wandering out of your cell, only worth 100 souls. It is crazy that the weight difference between those shields does make the difference of fat roll and not fat roll, though. This jackass. That's technically Carla's keys. Maybe the other keys are for both Zigbro and that part. I don't need to kill them. What am I doing? Just trying to be free. Well, back to the bonfire with him. Maybe those keys... I don't remember the keys to Zigbro being, like, right there like that, but maybe that is what it is. Also, I don't know why I'm not just taking the elevator, although, to be fair, I kind of need to look around because I feel like I missed something. Because I always free Zigbro when I'm going to get those keys to free Carla. Like, always. Unless my memory is just truly going to shit here. All these fuckers. That archer has shot me so many times. I could have just ran past them, and I thought about it, but I just wanted them to die. Because like, we could have just like gone to the right and dropped down. But I don't like them, so I wanted them to die. That one is like different. This one's unique with his weapons. It's kind of weird that they bothered to give him his own animations and crap when he's barely used in the game at all.
don't think this is it. Where is there a different key that I've missed? Oh, is it in the mimic? Didn't I loot the mimic though? Confused. Quite sure I did this. Oh, I didn't open the regular fucking chest. Oh my god. So I was correct that it is something that you know, you really don't miss and that you're just going to kind of naturally have. I just didn't do the thing for some reason. I was probably talking, chat and shit. Okay. You know, I like being thorough and killing everything and having a nice clean dungeon, but fuck it. I'm pretty sure there is a way. Did you just follow me all the way in here? Jeez. I'm pretty sure you can jump this. It's just, yeah, there's not a lot of reason to do that. But you can do it.
Oh, there you are. I feel good. So,
God, we're being rude and we're not letting her talk.
you're here to save me?
I can't even imagine what she says. Do not save her. I cannot imagine what, what she says if you do that. I don't think I've ever clicked that. Especially if you first say you're gonna save her, and then when she tells you she's a witch, you're like, ah, no, never mind. I can't even imagine, dude. I missed the night rain sprint so much. Oh, fuck, I'm paying for my, Look, I wouldn't have to come back here. I could, like, teleport if, I didn't miss the keys earlier. Sir, you're supposed to defend yourself. But, you know, if he doesn't wanna, you know, I'm not gonna make him. Boy, we really messed up, though, having to double back here for Zigbro. We goofed. It's off duty. He put the controller down. I've spent way more time here than I should. This is actually a very short area. But I've done, like, all of the side content. Ooh, close. Okay, Zigbro, we got you. Took an extra minute. I wonder how many people have messed that jump up. I'm sure I've messed it up at some point. Up.
Ah, you are a saint. Once again, you are my valiant savior. I, Siegfried of Katarina, express my deepest gratitude.
Big boy slab. All right. Oh yeah, that is crazy good loot right there. You can now farm things and have it not be cancer. I guess we just teleport now. Chat, Dark Souls 1. And Demon Souls, but it's very difficult in Demon Souls. But Dark Souls 1.
you can farm slabs, your max upgrade item, right? It's a little tough. It's not that. If you really get optimal about it, though, you get all the drop rate boost stuff. Not too terrible. And they even buffed it one patch. When the game first came out, it was pretty bad, but they buffed it a little bit. It's still rare, right? You're not going to be max upgrading willy-nilly stuff, but like if you're like, hey, I want to try this new weapon. I'm out of slabs. Let me go farm a slab. You can go get. Yep, I know. Pure Bladestone is. Oh my god, that's like an MMO grind. But you can technically grind max upgrades in Demon Souls, and you can pretty reasonably farm them in Dark Souls. And it's, again, especially if you're like, okay, I'm out of max upgrades, but I want to try this new weapon. I really want to PvP with it. Just going farming one slab in Dark Souls is pretty reasonable, right? And then Dark Souls 3 and 2 and Elden Ring, they're like, nope. You know, that ability where players, you know, could farm and get the, you know, use the weapon they wanted. No. We gotta take that away. I don't know why. I don't understand why they did it. Now, it's fine to make it like a pain, so people aren't just upgrading shit willy-nilly and not even thinking about it. And you do want an incentive for people to do New Game Plus, so like the servers are more active and stuff. I get that, but yeah, I don't think this is it. And like, I kind of hate New Game Plus as a PvPer, because if you end up going to like New Game Plus 3 or 4 and you're a level character that's like stuck at level 100 or 90 or even 120, it just starts becoming really shit. You know, it's really designed for people, and once you get to the higher, like New Game Plus 1 is not a big deal, but like after that it starts getting pretty obnoxious, kind of like that fireball. Okay, game, getting on my nerves, making me angry. Are you gonna come over here, buddy? Dude, when the camera doesn't freak out, I could actually react to that attack pretty reasonably. I did it. Shame Kyo didn't get to see the Pontiff boss fight. It's such a great boss. Surprised I didn't get roll caught there. Really did feel like I rolled too soon. Me on my way to backstab? Wait, what? Backstab who? Or is that me here, like, walking up like that? That's literally what I just did. I slow walked into a backstab. Because you don't make as much noise, so. My damage is starting to fall off a bit. Please wake up. No? Okay. That guy get like punted into the wall and die? I can't even imagine. Joking about the slow walk. Yeah, I didn't even notice. I was just doing it out of habit. Trying to be sneaky. I like when chat, I don't remember what we were doing, but I was like fighting a boss or something. And someone in chat was just like, step aside, I'll handle him, and did the slow chicken walk.
Can I get a backstab here? Watch me hit like a thing on the ground that'll make noise. Oh my god, the gargoyle. You have to get iframes that last the perfect amount of time, so I could have just killed her then left before the attacks came out. But of course, like, the timing is exactly not going to be able to do that. I completely forgot about that gargoyle. That fucking camera, dude. And, like, that attack is so reactable. It's just if you can't see them, then good luck. Guessed. Oh yeah, I'm wearing thorns. Fior entering the penetrator fight. I forgot about that, man. It's been so long. I truly did not remember that, but now you say it, I remember you could do that whole quest line with him. Penetrator is like the Demon Souls boss that almost everyone will overstat, sadly, and it's such a shame. Off memory, Demon Souls is just astronomically easier than all the other games, but it's still cool. I definitely want to play it again because it's definitely the game I've gone the longest without playing. Holy crap, it's been a long time. What's his success rate? Because like Iron Tarkin does not Tarkus does not always solo Iron Golem. And actually, in my experience, his win rate's not even that great. But like he can do it. But yeah, wait, is that not a? I like how they hide it so you can't see the chain. Must be one of those. He can do it, but if he gets the grab thing, he usually loses. Oh yeah, Penetrator does have like a big scary grab. I'd forgotten about that too. Maybe I'll go back to Demon Souls to get my ass whooped. I really doubt it though. I like super doubt it. Last one. Oh fuck! I didn't realize you're both were mimics. Good thing I threw it in a way. I would have opened the other one without looking. Holy shit. The bosses really don't hold up. Yeah, and I very much remember most of the trash mobs are kind of just weaker versions of things in Dark Souls. Like the Torch Hollows are just like nothing in Demon Souls. They don't have like they're like running flurry is like so short range and just nothing. There's like a lot of that. But yeah, I'm sure the levels and the music and the atmosphere, I'm sure all that's going to hold up really well. I think if you fiddle with it a lot, you can get the Demon Souls emulator to do well, but it's not like easy out of the box, unfortunately. It's a shame because the remaster is just such a travesty. God, I literally today, I wasn't even trying to find this. I just ran into it today. There are all these people on Reddit being really snarky about the people that don't like the Demon Souls remake. And, you know, talking like teenagers all ironically, you know, it was so dumb. And they're just like, and I can tell none of them have played the regular Demon Souls. And none of them addressed any of the criticisms of why people don't like the remaster. It was so ridiculous. And it was the popular opinion, like, all the asshole comments about it were like getting upvoted and stuff. I was like, really? They were trying to say that everyone that doesn't like the Demon Souls remake is just because they're saying, oh, it's woke, and they're like, oh, it's so dumb that they think it's, you know, it's just because it's woke. Like, what the fuck are you? That has literally nothing to do with anything.
Like, the music's bad, the art direction's terrible, you fucked up the voice acting, like, you inherently did not understand the vision of the game. You turned, like, the sleek, badass Knight Penetrator into a Diablo gore fest. Like, what the fuck? I'm sure it's this is how people are, though, when they want to deflect criticism, right? Because I'm sure people have pointed out that they don't like that Demon Souls and Dark Souls and everything now has, you know, body type A and B instead of male and female. I'm sure people have mentioned that. And then they're gonna act like that discredits everything they say, and like, see, they just care about, you know, the woke stuff, blah, 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 and then never mind the 20 minutes of all the, you know, legitimate criticism. And I don't think there's anything wrong with not liking body type A and B anyway. Like, you can have either opinion. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, fucking Reddit, dude. What a place. Like, I should probably unequip the other stuff because, I don't think Storm Ruler is... I should not have skipped that cutscene. I kind of just did that out of reflex. I don't think this thing is, that light. You know, with Zig here, though, I could just use my regular weapon and try to, like, have Zig do the damage. And actually, I'm doing better damage than I thought. I'm probably getting some counter hits because, you know, bosses attack a lot of the time. The Leo ring. Chat, when you lock onto an enemy like this, the camera needs to just zoom the fuck out. Like, holy hell. How has FromSoft not figured that out yet? Like, this is not complicated. I love getting hit because I can't see what the boss is doing. It's awesome. Boy, Zigbro got so much aggro there. That was insane. By the way, I really will get, even though this fight is more cinematic than like mechanical, this is done very well, and it is way better than Storm Ruler fight in Demon Souls. Like, I really do think this just did a much better job. Because one, they built up to it with Zig's quest line, so like the you know, there's something there, and then the fight just looks so much better. This is like, normally Demon Souls is really good in that department, but I really do think Dark Souls 3 really killed it there. Isn't counter hits always a thing? Yeah, it's been a mechanic in every game. But like sometimes the window of where the counter counts, like when the boss is still considered attacking, can be kind of obtuse and random.
It seems I am in your debt.
Yeah, the music's great.
My thanks. I could have not kept my promise without you. Now, for a final toast.
I hate when I do this place last. I have got to stop doing this. We need to do Aldridge last. I always do Aldridge because of the pants. But the fucking teleport messes up the end of his quest line. It's so stupid.
To your valor, and my old friend Yorm. Long may the sun shine. Well, I'm going to have myself a little nap. The only thing to do, really, after a nice toast. You are a true friend. Best of luck with your duty.
Yeah, so this is another thing where, like, FromSoft... See, the cutscene's gonna ruin it, though. This is where, like, FromSoft, though, allows you to miss things and lets... You know, doesn't, like, spoon-feed you shit. Because Zig doesn't want you to think he's gonna die, right? He wants you to just leave. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna rest, you know. And a lot of players will just leave. Like, okay, you know, and they'll just teleport off and leave. But if you, like, use the bonfire and look back, he dies. And, like, if you come back here later in the game, his armor's there. So he's just trying to not like worry you and stuff, and like he can succeed in that. He can actually, you know, have a lot of players not realize that's what he's doing and not realize that he dies. It's really annoying though if it's the last boss that you did, because then you just get randomly teleported here and Dancer's already dead. So why the fuck did you teleport me here? And it's because most people don't kill Dancer early, obviously, but like that really is annoying. I wish it would not do that if you kill Dancer early. But yeah, rip Onion Bro. Absolute Chad. Love that quest line. Yeah, I know. It's like her spirit, I guess. I don't even know. Feels bad, man. Yeah, she's still mad. It does kind of suck you have to kill her, though, to fight Dancer early. Probably not gonna use that. And now that I've got the simple items, I don't think I'll need this. So, Twin Princes might be my favorite boss in Dark Souls 3. I love it so fucking much. And we can do that next if we want. I might save it for next stream, though. I really like being fresh when I do a boss, like I super like. But we might like do a chunk of the Grand Archives here, and that way we can kind of jump in next time. Let's see, what do we have left? I mean, there's the DLC. We have all the DLC, and I definitely want to do that again. These weapons used to be so good in PvP. They nerfed the hell out of them, though. They're still good, kind of, but well, hardly anyone uses them anymore. They got nerfed like three or four times. Hey, Eargasm, thank you for the 6 months, man. Half a year already. Jesus. These mobs, man. I didn't realize he could shoot you there like that. And of course I'm like stuck on nothing. Dude. Like, and Thrall, I know for a fact, Thralls are not coded to try to like stand in places to like block paths or anything. It's just a coincidence. That was just impossible. That's where I should just have a shield on and then it's fucking easy. Keep dying to just dumbass shit like that. And I have to use a different weapon here. Don't have the equip load. I could use the hovel. That's the whole pain. Oh, that was so fucking obnoxious, dude. And the thing is, this guy doesn't even run over there to try to get you to be attacked by the Crystal Sage. He runs over there to get this guy to ambush you, because they think most people are just gonna go forward and fight the stage first. And that's generally what I do. I just randomly was like, hey, I'll just kill these guys first. Bad decision. That heavy, huh? I've actually killed this guy here before, but it's before he teleports. It's pretty difficult to do that. Wow, he teleported that quickly. What the fuck? I should have kept swinging then. I stopped swinging to do my weapon art. Boy, I messed that up then. This room is pretty annoying. Try to go fast anyway. I'm out of here. Yeah, he wasn't having any of that. I didn't remember him I thought he teleported at like a certain health threshold, but I guess not.
I'm pretty sure the time I killed them there, it was either a Dragon Slayer axe, because, you know, it does a lot of damage, or, like, the Cell Sword, Twin Swords, or whatever, with, like, weapon buff. I could definitely see that doing the job. I hope we do have some good DLC fights, though, because we probably won't play the game again for, you know, quite a while. So, hopefully Demon Prince and all that is a good time. I used to not like them, but every time I fought them, I've ended up liking them a little bit more, so I've kind of grown to enjoy them a good bit. The thing is, they're just bullshit on, like, a low-level PvP character that has, like, a +2. It's total bullshit. Always use Dragon Slayer axe when I do that shit. Actually, I don't remember. I might switch, like, whatever weapon they're weak to. You can always look up if they're weak to slashing, piercing, blunt, and then a certain element and whatnot, and then you use that exact thing, and it's normally pretty effective. Dragon Slayer axe is pretty cracked, though, because you got, like, Midir, right? I think he has the highest health in the entire game. So if you're doing, like, a, you know, +2 weapon or something, that's really tough. That's really tough to deal with, but he's weak to lightning, and Dragon Slayer axe has the highest damage at that level, at low level, and it's lightning, so it just it allows that fight to not be complete nonsense if you're low level. Wait, what were we talking about? It got nerfed? Oh, the Demon Princes? Or Twin Princes? I don't remember Twin Princes being nerfed, because I fought them pretty early on, and I don't remember anything changing. But it has been a while. Did I say Twin Prince earlier? Because I totally meant Demon Prince. Holy fuck! That had, like, so little startup. I love how the second I use kick, he attacks. Yeah, I think Twin Princes just need more, like, stats. Their health is not really enough, especially for people that are, like, actively leveling up as they play through the game. Because they're like Soul Cinder, but worse off, because most people are gonna go off and do Gundyr and the Nameless King, and even the DLC a lot of the time, so, like, they have no shot. They're so outstatted at that point. It is kind of wild, though. FromSoft does nerf a lot of shit in their games. People get mad at them, but a lot of the times they do it because they, like, overtune something because they didn't playtest it enough. Read inputs more. That wouldn't shock me. FromSoft does like its input reading. Fucking Seath Arms. Forbidden Knowledge. That for some reason Wax protects you from. Isn't this a... I thought that was a secret wall. Okay, these chairs, though. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, I will say, I don't think they should have nerfed Beltaeus. That I just did not see the need for. I mean, I'm sure they looked at the stats and, like, people were dying on it like mad and, like, we're just not getting past it. But yeah, I really wish, I think Beltaeus was totally fine and it felt really good when you beat him. Although, to be fair, they did nerf a lot of the OP stuff people use to beat Beltaeus and other bosses. Less so with Beltaeus because you don't have a lot of weapons at that point. You know, they nerfed songbirds and all that stuff. They nerfed a bunch of weapons, too. Actually, I have not played Armored Core 6 since all of the changes. I know they nerfed the spider a bit and some of the weapons and whatnot. I haven't played it since all that. So, whenever I feel like enough time has gone by, and we do finally play it again, it'll be interesting to see how all that feels. I love Armored Core 6 so much that, like, I want to wait a good minute.
Yeah, really not sure how long I am gonna wait, but not like, oh my god, dude. So rare they even do that. So annoying. This guy's just sitting here at 1 HP. I knew it. Like if I try to kill him, I'm going to die, or I'm going to get staggered out of it. And then if I leave, then I progressed 0, and I have to do it all over again. So annoying, dude. I really don't like these 2 rooms. I actually just think they're annoying. I don't think they're interesting. It's just like because they're so like designed to where like the thing you need to do, you basically can't do unless you're unbelievably patient. And I never like that kind of design. It's like you can't just ignore that caster, or he's gonna be shooting you like the entire fucking time. If you try to kill him, then you get jumped by a thrall. If you try to kill the thrall in advance, you just get shot by the caster. Like there's just like it's the only option is being like really patient and like killing the thrall with like a ranged weapon and shit like that. Like, it's just garbage. I've died to that exact scenario so many times. It's not like I don't know. I know how that plays out like every fucking time. And it's just like, you just have to do it or you have to take an hour and a half. It sucks too because if you are appropriate level, that's not going to be that big of a deal, but... Really don't need this back equipped. I mean, the extra stamina generation is nice, though. Oh, fuck, I gotta get the, wax. And yeah, there might be DLC, or a sequel game. If they announce a sequel game, you know, an Armored Core for Answer type game, maybe, like, just a little bit before it comes out, then we play Armored Core 6 leading into it. Right, like maybe it comes out in a week, so then we start playing Armored Core 6. I don't know if it'll take me a week to beat it. I guess it depends on like how active I am with it. And if we do different endings and stuff. There's plenty they can do. I mean, you got the PCA still out there, and they have their own AI that sounds a lot more like 9-ball than All Mind, which is really interesting, honestly. It's really easy to miss that detail, but yeah, the PCA is like being manipulated and completely controlled by an AI that is like way more, like 9-ball's thing is like he wants to control humanity and not let them like grow and do whatever they want and not get into trouble and air quotes protect them. Where, you know, All Mind is like YOLO progression, let's go. Where yeah, the PCA AI seems very much like 9-ball. That's like the whole thing. The whole thing the PCA does is protect planets and try to prevent people from like going there and discovering shit. And like everything they do is dictated by this AI. And there's all this stuff with the actual Raven, right? Like all the stuff he did beforehand. Like you could do a prequel with that. I should just use a shield. Like fucking thralls, dude. Especially in this zone. They're just way too annoying. Wow. Why is he alive? Like, what the hell? Listen to that guy go and then shoot spells. Gets kind of old. Okay, are you happy, game? I should really infuse this weapon. I could even just make it raw, for God's sakes. Bro, why is there another thrall? Oh my god. Of course, when you roll off there, you go way farther than your roll distance is supposed to be, and I have to do it all over again. This room is so ass, dude. And like, you know, if you're just being meta, you just run through it and you just ignore everything. But like, I don't want to play that way. I hate this room because just one caster is designed in a way that you just cannot kill him quickly without dying unless you get lucky or you're stronger. Like you just have to take an hour and a half to deal with everything first. This is getting so old, dude. Like, you have to kill these guys because you have to get this shit. This is why the meta is always just running past everything. Because, like, you can run up here, use this thing, you get iframes, and then just keep running away, and then not care about these guys. But if you're wanting to, like, loot and do shit, you can't really do that. Also, running simulator is just not that fun. Why was he so low in health? What the hell was that? That's weird. I just love how somehow there was another thrall I had to fight. Also, I hate when you do R1 and then go to lock on, because that'll like correct your tracking, and then the lock on just doesn't work. Really? Like, they just give this guy so much health, and they do that on purpose because they want you to get shot by all this other bullshit. I just think that part is so badly designed, and I don't think it's even, like, intentional to be, like, that lame. FromSoft has a real problem with this, in my opinion, when they have multiple enemy encounters, where, because the AI is, a lot of the enemies aren't really designed to be fought multiple at once, they will just do attacks in combination with each other that are impossible. Like, you cannot, like, you can maybe dodge it, but you will never get damage in, ever. Like, you have to hit trade, and, like, the lower level you are, the bigger a problem that is. And it happens all of the time in these games where the enemies are just attacking at an interval between each other that there is no frame to ever do anything at any point. And it's especially bad when there's ranged enemies, because if you just, like, okay, I'll just dodge and not do anything and get 0 progression, then they'll just keep range attacking you. And it's because the combat system is so, it's not like Ninja Gaiden or Devil May Cry, where are inherently built with, like, multi-enemy encounters in mind. It's fucking stupid, dude. Let's, like, the second, that guy's, I've seen this part, he's, like, scripted to do that, because it's, like, the worst thing. If you try to attack this guy right away and he does that attack, you're so fucked. Like, this is not fun. This just is obnoxious because it feels like the enemies are just like, and they're like perfectly placed and their AI is perfectly set up to do the exact thing to prevent you from being able to, like, do what you would want. It's awful. But anyway, games like Ninja Gaiden and like Devil May Cry, they don't have issues with you fighting a bunch of enemies because I love how the wax just has to wear off, like, at that exact moment. But they're not a problem because all of the enemies flinch no matter what when you hit them, right? Almost with a few exceptions, like, you know, very, very big enemies that are more designed to be fought one-on-one. But if you fight, like, a pack of, like, 5 guys in Ninja Gaiden or Devil May Cry, all of them are going to stagger anytime you touch them. And then so it's about, like, you know, thinking I need to control these mobs to attack, you know, now and attack in this direction and that kind of crap. Where the Souls games are just not made that way. You know, they're made to make interesting one-on-one encounters. So a lot of times enemies will have hyper armor and just all kinds of stupid bullshit. And just like that Thrall, you know, this millisecond I attack him, he just instantly does the, like, 5-hit flurry that gets hyper armor in. You know, it comes out in, like, 1 fucking frame. So it's super anti-aggro. But, like, the only way to kill him without getting wrecked by the caster is if you are aggro. I just like the design where they set up a scenario where you need to play like X, and then they make it so the enemies make it so you can't do X. So then the option is do nothing. Right? Or like pick at them with a crossbow or some bullshit. Like, it's just fucking awful. Like, anytime I do this room on like on a low level, like a super low level with a low weapon upgrade, I just like I do the dumbest shit. Like I'll use a crossbow and fire bombs and crap like that to kill just like one thrall in one key location that, like, you know, stops making it cancer. And it's like, you just that's just bad design. You know, meanwhile in like actual action games, when you get, you know, a hard encounter, you just fight it head on and just, you know, dodge at good times, attack in the right directions, use the right combos, right? You know, play the damn game. Where Souls games are just like, you know, you don't get to play that way. They don't let you be skillful a lot of the time. It's ridiculous, dude. The one frame. Really? Just like one frame, instantly flurry dead. Like, so dumb. Oh my god, I forgot how annoying this area was. That enemy is very, very Elden Ring. Just like no startup, just no warning. And again, it's because they want you to use a fucking shield. I'm probably just gonna run through this. It's just not worth it. This is so obnoxious having to do this every fucking time. Yeah, those guys, I've always thought those knights were really badly designed. They just don't feel like... It's like, it's just not fair. It's like you don't have a toolkit that can deal with that kind of frame data. Again, unless you play like a super bitch. I forgot to... I'll just get the one over here. God, this is so unfun. And it's like running past everything's not fun either. And then like you don't get to loot and blah 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 blah. It's just fucking lame as hell. I really need to like make this weapon a raw or something. Because its AR is a lot weaker than it should be. God, this is so ridiculous. Just doing this over and over again. Like, I absolutely hate this area because it's like, it's not about skill at all. Like, they literally set up the mobs that you can't be skillful, right? Like, the way that they have the mobs attack you, and they always do their stupid anti-aggro, and like, if you try to, like, there's no skillful play. It's just patience, right? It's patience or having enough stats. Like, if you can kill this guy in a few hits before all the other enemies start blasting you or the thralls get behind. Like, if you kill him in like 2 or 3 hits, you know, it's not a problem. But like, if you can't, it's just, there's no skill in it. You're not going to kill him before you just get, you know, trapped by 8 fucking things. This is where I wish we had like Karen retaliation from Elden Ring, because then you could do something skillful, right? You could advance and like deal with the thralls and then use Karen retaliation to parry the spells. Dude, this is just getting so ridiculous. Like, you can't even kill that guy, right? Because like any frame that he's vulnerable, the other guy is casting. And like, if you're gonna have enemies do that kind of shit, you know, you need to, the player character needs to have better tools, right? And that's how like other action games deal with this. You know, your character is faster, or you have better attacks yourself. You know, and like you can generally stagger the enemies anytime you hit them. Like if that was Ninja Gaiden, you could have like rolled in and stood where your attack would have staggered both casters at the same time. You know, or you can air juggle someone so they're not in range of the other enemies. You have so many options to deal with bullshit. That's kind of why I like Night Rain, by the way, is because you're dealing with bullshit like this, but your character is stronger. So if there's like on Wilder, for example, if the enemies are set up in a way where they're always staggering their hits and there's just no way to land a hit, you can grapple one of them, right? And if it's really bad, you can ult them. And like Dark Souls 3 is not nearly as annoying about this crap as Elden Ring. Like, Elden Ring is just fucking ridiculous with this kind of like game logic. This is such a bad enemy. Like, oh, so engaging. And the thing about the thralls in this area is they do way more damage than normal because they have like that buff. And then they also have more health than normal. So it's like you, especially if you're like low weapon upgrade or something like that, you cannot pick them off quickly. Dude, this is so crap. Like, what the fuck? Jesus Christ, like, there was absolutely nothing fun about that at all. And there's no skill in it either. At least if you die now, it's not as bad because the thrall caster bullshit's still happening, but like the other caster's not also blasting you. Like, I wouldn't even mind the thralls if they weren't just like so like calculated, right? It's like so ridiculous like how they're calculated to jump at certain times and run away at certain times, and like the ones on the like certain locations will do the anti-aggro immediately and shit like that. Like, they're just set up to make the encounters like unfun. It's not even unfun, it's unfair. It's like, especially if you're a melee character, you need to do X. You can't just stand there and get sniped forever. But then they're like, oh yeah, but if you do X, we're gonna counter the fuck out of that. This is such a dumb enemy. There's no skillful thing you can do here other than, you know, use a shield. And these guys you can't even memorize because their attacks are so fast, and what you need to do is different for different attacks. But they're so quick, you won't know which attack is happening. So even if you've memorized it, it's not gonna matter. It's the same principle. It's not as bad, but it's the same principle as Osiris with his, you know, 1-frame charge. There's no memorization or skill that is gonna allow you to deal with that. Like, this guy's 3-hit flurry just comes out of nowhere, and there's not some like magical, there's nothing your character can do to deal with that other than just already be blocking. This is so fucking ridiculous. Also, why don't I have cat ring on? I don't understand how that got taken off here. This is so fucking bullshit. I really wish I had remembered to infuse my sword, because then I would just use a shield and get this over with. This is just getting ridiculous. Our sword does so little damage, I can't do that. Thankfully, this enemy is very rarely in the game, so you don't have to deal with this very often. Like, and I just got lucky there because he just wasn't doing like that 3-hit flurry that has, you know, no startup. If he, like, if I was playing that enemy, right? Like, if you could invade and control an enemy, I would just spam the shit out of that attack because there's no like you just mix up when you activate it, right? You don't activate it like back to back with no delay because then it's predictable. But you just throw it out literally at random and there's no reaction like you're gonna be able to make to not get hit by that. God, thank God that we're done with this fucking garbage. I love Dark Souls 3, but this room is just trash. Like, it's absolute trash. They're trying really hard to make it hard, but all they did was make it really cheap and annoying. The rest of the place is not nearly as bad. God, that was so frustrating. Really? And that's gonna kill me. What a great game. And again, they're just designed to do this. Like, they have way too high of stats. Oh, I mean, they really don't have too high of stats. They only have too high of stats because I'm not leveling. But, like, you cannot kill that guy before the other one gets on you. So if you at this point, if you were playing seriously, you would have like a max weapon, and you could kill that guy pretty quickly. It's so ridiculous, dude. It's like he's just hyper armor, it's super fast, 10 hits, like just fucking dumb as hell, dude. Oh my god, of course my souls are like not where I actually was. Hopefully they just put them in the corner and not up the elevator. Sometimes it like sends them back farther, like farther in time where you were than others. I don't really know why. Okay, no, I just put it right there. It's not bad. I have seen some crazy shit though where your souls go. This really annoys me because if I want to have fun, I would just level up and like upgrade my weapon so that zone is not so fucking annoying. But then I'm too strong for Twin Princes because they're undertuned, and like I would kill them too fast. So there's just like no winning. Like if you upgrade to make that area not annoying, then you're kind of jipping yourself out of a fun boss. Wait, I only have it at plus... No wonder it wasn't doing a lot of damage. It was only plus 4. And it's not infused. Heavy might actually be better, even at this level. Yeah, it is if you two-hand it. It's probably less if you one-hand it, though. They're very comparable, though. But yeah, it's definitely ahead when it's two-handed. It's because it's A scaling already. But I probably won't two-hand it much. Yeah, I want to say, even at plus, like, whatever the fuck I used in Cathedral of the Deep, I remember it was better as heavy than raw. Like, wow, this AR is not that much of a drop-off. But you don't get the Leo ring. I probably won't need this, though. I've already done all this stuff I would need a shield for. It's good. I should have done that earlier, though. That was a real mistake. That caused so much wasted time. But look how like trivial thralls are if you have a shield. God, it's just so annoying, dude. Like, they're literally just wasting your fucking time. Like, they just shield bounce. I love how it just made me kick. I forgot that input even existed because of Elden Ring. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I almost died because it made me kick. I'm so glad they don't have inputs like that anymore. Like, holy fuck. That's kind of what I've always said, though. It's like, I like Dark Souls 3 in terms of game design more than Elden Ring. Like, well, boss design anyway. But, like, Elden Ring plays so much better than Dark Souls 3 does. Like, with jumps and crouching and, all that shit. Like, weapon arts. Like, it plays infinitely better. And so it's like... And, like, Dark Souls 3 is just R1 Souls. I love how they have this guy run over here, right? Because they want you to follow him, so the other guy gets... You have to fight both at once, and the guy's behind you. But then if you don't follow him, then he starts spamming range attacks. Like, this is what I'm saying. It's like, it's just designed to be annoying. And it's like, if you have a ranged, you know, stuff, if you're like a caster or a bow user or whatever, you can just range kill the one on the wall and, you know, not even care about it. Or the one that runs away from you. But, like, most people are not going to have that, and there's no reason to make an encounter this fucking annoying. And look, they even put him up there, like, where you can't see him, right? Where the way your camera's going to be. Right? Just, like, paying attention won't even help you. Like, it's just so easy if you have a shield. You just literally stand there and let them bounce off your shield, and then you kill them. I am so tilted by this zone, dude. But, I mean, it's just... This is such, like, insulting design. And that's the thing about FromSoft. They do a lot of awesome stuff. And, you know, their overall, like, what the games are about, like, the theme and everything is always really good. But holy fuck, they have had such a problem, and they're like ever since Dark Souls got so popular, and it got popular for being hard, that they have such a problem just doing cheap bullshit to try to maintain the difficulty in these games. And people are always like, yeah, FromSoft's hard but fair. They're really not anymore. They haven't been for a long time. Like all the one-frame startup bullshit attacks and like just... That's why the games are so memorization based now, is just because they're trying to make them harder, and they're doing it through just cheap tactics instead of, like, you know, interesting level design or enemy design. That's why, though, I'm so happy with Night Rain, though, because I think Night Rain is the first time that, like, the new bosses they've made recently that I actually think are good. Like, I don't think the Night Rain bosses are that cheap at all. Like, there's one or two attacks, you know, on the bosses normally that are a little dumb. And the final boss might be dumb. I'm not really sure. That's the only one I haven't soloed yet. They did the same thing back in the day when people got too good at Kingsfield. They put out Shadow Tower and the game is evil. Yeah, it's because it's kind of, you can kind of see the logical train of thought, right? You know, you put out Demon Souls and Dark Souls, and the game is fair. The enemy attacks are telegraphed, and you know they do follow the laws of physics for the most part. You know, they don't travel through the air like a laser. But the game is still hard because people don't know when to be aggro, when to be defensive. They don't know, do you have iframes? What's equip load? What is any of this? So I go left, do I go right? You know, what do these stats do, right? So people are really struggling to get their bearings, and by the time they start really understanding it, they beat the game, right? So there's no need to, and I would imagine Kingsfield and all that is the same way, right? There's just no need to rely on that kind of bullshit. But, you know, as the player bases just get better and better, and it gets to the point where you can't really challenge them and make them die to the same boss 10 times if the boss is fair, because they'll be able to handle fair now. But my thing is, at that point, you either change the games to make new games with different combat systems, or you just let people use their mastery of the game and win, right? Like, the example I've always given is, like, you have these people that have been playing Ninja Gaiden or Devil May Cry this entire time, right? Like, I know a guy that, like, has a YouTube channel, and, like, to this day, he just keeps on playing Ninja Gaiden Black, and he is so good at it, it's just unreal. And there's, like, a whole community of people like that. They've just played so much Ninja Gaiden. And that's a little insane, because Ninja Gaiden really only has the one game that people love. I mean, the second game is good, too, but, you know, with Souls... We have been playing the same game pretty much, you know, for like 10 years. It's the same principles. So even though like we're not as insane as playing the exact same game for 10 years, we are playing basically the same game for 10 years, just spread out over different games. And so a lot of people are really good at these games, right? And they don't even have to be good in like they're really good at parrying and doing the sickest dodges and stuff. They just know where to stand, when to attack, when not to attack. You know, they understand how to level their stats, you know, leveling vigor first and all that kind of stuff. They got it, right? They figured this shit out. And so if, you know, Ninja Gaiden puts out a DLC, right, and it's in this, it's fair. If Ninja Gaiden Black, for whatever reason, somehow got updated, and it was fair, and the bosses were hard, but the same kind of design as the original game, everyone is going to destroy them. All this player base has been playing these games for so long is going to eat them alive, and you know, that's that. Smart guy. And it's the same for Souls players, right? Because if you've played Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Elden Ring, all the DLCs, and you've replayed them a few times, and when the new Night Rain comes out, you play Night Rain. You've just been playing these games so much. If they put out fair content, you are going to destroy it. And it's not because it's easy. And what's really wild is I've watched, I'm sure Beastly has seen this, and probably over the different, you know, things FromSoft has done. You'll see a lot of people actually think the games are getting easier, right? Because they don't realize that they just understand the games better. Like, you'll have people argue of which Souls game is the hardest, and almost without fail, I would say the overwhelming majority of people, and of course there's exceptions, but the overwhelming majority of people will always say whichever Souls game they played first is the hardest. Like, all the time. And then if there's the games like Sekiro that are very different, they'll say those are really hard. Right, but what they're not understanding is what's happening is the one that you haven't learned yet, you haven't learned the formula yet, that's the hard one for you, because that's the thing, you don't know the formula, you don't know, you know, when you're supposed to be aggro and what the hell is rolling and iframes and all this nonsense. So like if Dark Souls 2 is your first game, it's going to be hard as shit. If Dark Souls 3 is the first game you play, it's going to be hard as shit. Unless, you know, obviously you look it up on your, or you've already played, you know, similar games and shit like that. Like, I think some of these Crystal Lizards already got away. Okay, let me just kill these enemies and then reload. Oh yeah, you're right about Armored Core. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, I remember that shit. Did I just guard break him? I wonder if Night Slayer ring would be good here. This guy's blocking so much. I think the only like big complaint I have about Armored Core 6 is the controls are pretty convoluted and it's oversaturated, right? There's just too much functionality trying to be spread out amongst not enough buttons, and yeah, it's a big problem with Night Rain too. I really do think these games are so developed now that they kind of have to go back to the drawing board and like redo a lot of it and like cut out a lot of the fat and like refine it. Right, because a lot of the principle, I think Night Rain in principle is the best game in terms of core combat they've ever made, but there's a lot of like problems because, like, for example, you now have the new super sprint, which feels great, and you don't have to, like, the fucking Christ, having to hold this button down to run is just the worst thing, and if you play these games enough, it'll start hurting your fingers, and it's just awful. And then you go from running and needing to roll right away, and it's just shit. It is so fucking shit. And Night Rain gets rid of that when you're super sprinting, right? But the problem is they haven't fixed it because they still have this regular sprint in the game, right? That is still on the same button as rolling. So it still has the whole, like, you know, you have to release the button for it to actually roll and all that garbage, right? They haven't fixed any of this. And, like, they haven't balanced the game around super sprint. And, like, so the stam cost of super sprint's insane. And there's so many things that are kind of messed it up. Yeah, I know the roll out of dodge thing. It's the worst. I mean, it's fucking they've got to change that. And again, never mind the button input, which is a really valid complaint. The button input issue is honestly like atrocious. But it is just so ass playing a game where you need to sprint all over the place and like run around a lot, and you have to hold the button down the entire time. That is just I cannot believe We've got Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2, Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3, Sekiro, Elden Ring Night Rain, and they are still doing it when every other Souls-like that is copying them doesn't. Every other Souls-like, they have a fucking sprint toggle. But that principle that we have this leftover sprint and then the new sprint, and that still messes up your roll and everything, it's just, that shows how bloated the controls are. Right, that's why you have to hold down the Y button and then click all these other buttons to do the new special abilities and stuff. Meanwhile, you've got other games that have more functionality and larger movesets, and they don't have these problems. Right, that's just a clear sign that you need to go back to the drawing board and, you know, just rebuild this stuff and, you know, make it, you know, refine it. The straight definition of refining. Oh my god, dude. I don't think the loot over here is even good. Actually, I'm not even sure there is loot over here. Oh yeah, you can get in that way in the back. But then I gotta get the... And of course you take fall damage. From that, you take fall damage from that. I love how he's hitting me through the wall. God, and another thing. Like with Night Rain, you never have these issues of using the wrong item because, you know, the consumables are up on the D-pad. And your flask is X button, right? So you don't have all those fucking problems. Ashen knees, true. I don't even remember what the loot is there. And like, even this new Vandictus coming out, which I don't think has the best controls I've ever seen. And the control customization is terrible. But it's still way better than Night Rain. And there's more functionality in that game, though. Like, your character can do more. Also, Vandictus has it where when you click a button, it toggles the sprint instead of having to hold the damn thing down. Or I should relog to get those crystal lizards. But I'm just worried that FromSoft is just going to keep using this model forever, and like they're never going to fix the netcode. They're never going to fix sprint. Night Rain kind of worries me because they fixed sprint, but they kept the regular sprint in the game, right? And that's like FGO logic where you just keep tacking things on, you never remove anything. I don't think that's a good idea. You get hit by a fire spell, does your candle head light up? That would be amazing, but I don't think so. Huh. That lizard didn't come back. Maybe there wasn't one there, I'm just crazy. I love how, like, you can't angle that like you can in Elden Ring. So, like, you missed the first one, so I'm trying to angle it to hit the second one, and then you just can't do that either. God, it's just so fucking annoying, dude. Like, this is what I'm talking. There's no reason to waste a player's time like this. Right? Because you're very unlikely to kill both of those. And then they both run away off of a rooftop, so you have to go all the way around again. And then you have to relog again. Like, why? And never mind FromSoft. I am just a vehement believer in game design and not wasting players' time. Don't make mechanics. It's not... running around in circles and shit like that is not an engaging mechanic. Like, I do not like game design, no matter what it is, that they have anything that's just there to waste time. It's one thing if it like, takes time, but then it serves a purpose, right? That's fine. But I cannot stand things that don't serve a purpose and are just, like, time wasting. Unfortunately, it's very common in game development because they want the game to be longer, but they don't want to have to actually develop stuff. A good enemy type here. Although with that weapon buff, I'm kind of scared. And that would be why. That's a little much on the damage there, game. Although that's because I am level 39, to be fair. Yeah, I have no idea why we don't have bonfire leveling. It's crazy. Well, you kind of do in Elden Ring, at least. They kind of found a middle ground with that. Where, like, yeah, you're technically using her power. But it's at the grace. It's crazy how annoying thralls are if you don't have a shield on.
I cannot figure out why Discord sounds keep playing when I'm streaming. Like, I have streamer mode on. Like, I can literally looking at it. Streamer mode is on, and it's just still making noise. Yeah, that was a crystal magic weapon, which is a buff from the first Dark Souls game. Like, if I go to kill that guy, I'll get beat up by the hands, and if you try to just run up the thing, you're going to get hit by him. There's, like, no good play here. That ring will probably make it a 3-shot instead of a 2-shot. You can also use duelist charms. Hi, Cairo. You can use duelist charms and you can remove the buff too. I don't really want to be backstabbing him. These guys are so much more fun if you don't do that. It's just his damage output is so high. Faking me out. I must say, I do like the Lothric Greatsword Knights. They are fun to fight, but the more I've looked at it, I think the Cathedral Knights are more fun. They have a more dynamic moveset. Like those blue Cathedral Knights before Osiris are honestly really fun to fight. They just, if you put them in Night Rain, they just need to make it where you can't backstab them, like Crucible Knights, and I think they would be great. Yeah, my memory, I thought the Lothric Knights were more fun to fight, but really it has, maybe it's just luck, because like we're kind of killing them quickly, so they're not getting to do all their attacks. But I feel like the Lothric or the Cathedral Knights are pretty much like their moveset is so much better. Like even in a short term, they're going to do good attacks. But yeah, wow, I have really seen. I always thought that the Lindell Knights and crap in Elden Ring were just like Lothric Knights but better, but that is absolutely not the case. Especially the blue ones that have like the Ashes of War, they are way better than Lindell Knights. So they need to be in Night Rain immediately. Yeah, I would say they need to, like, the stuff that really makes sense to bring over that would be really nice is Lothric Knights, especially the blue variant, Bone Wheels, preferably the Dark Souls 1 version because they're just straight nerfed in 3, but it's still good. Let's see, Cathedral Knights. His AI just did like what players do. He hit L2 to try to do his war cry. He did his parry on accident, which I'm really confused by because he's an AI. This fight is kind of toxic. I have no idea how I just guard broke that guy in one hit. I know my buff does, I'm almost positive this buff makes you do more guard damage, but still. These guys are literally spamming. Yeah, wow, I can get it in one hit. They really just have that guy spam, dude. Whoop. Good AI. Also, the cheating, like, you cannot have that much FP to do your weapon art that much. There's just no way. She's the hardest of them by so much. Because of her fucking auto parry. So fucking annoying! If I swing, I'm just gonna get parried, and then if I attack into her spell and she's doing Soul Spear, I'll die. Oh, she's foolishly two-handing. Oh, she was 100% trying to parry me there. I think they're kind of a loose reference to the Demon Souls guys before False King Allant, where you fight like the Souls, like human NPC version of Phalanx, Penetrator, and Tower Knight. I think that's kind of the vibe they're going for there, because this whole stretch is kind of like that False King Allant thing, where you had like the gauntlet of enemies and stuff. You can't parry kick, but half the time you try to kick, you'll R1 instead, and then you'll get parried. Now, there are weapons like Gotthard's Twin Swords. Their weapon art cannot be parried. So, like, if you're like, honestly, that would have been so nice there, because anytime she's vulnerable, you could just throw out the weapon art, and it's a pretty low FP cost. Actually, it's kind of interesting. Yeah, these things right here. This was really fun in PvP. So this part right there cannot be parried. And if you land this part, it combos into this. That whole thing will combo. But in PvP, if they whiff this part and just blindly do the follow-up, that shit you can parry, and quite easily. So you'd have, like, bad players, like, just throw this out, whiff, and think they're unparryable, and then get parried anyway. So these weapons were really disgusting, but they got nerfed so much they're not that good anymore. Because, like, this moveset right here is super strong in PvP. It's so broken, it's unreal. Like, it kind of like auto roll catches even if you're not trying. And then that weapon art's really good because it can't be parried. And like this move is very parryable. And then this moveset right here was still pretty decent. And then this rolling attack is, as you can see, is pretty slow. But it used to be really fast. Like, that used to come out really quickly. It used to come out at the same speed as the Twin Spears still do. It was absolutely insane. Still a very fun weapon. Like I still used it even after they nerfed it. And I didn't feel like it was bad. It wasn't amazing, but like it was still pretty valuable. I love Drangleic Twin Spears. That's the one character when I like if I need to duel, I'm happy to play. Like if I have to duel in this game, Twin Spears are my favorite. And they're really fun in not duels as well. Like, they're just such a great weapon. The problem with them is they are pretty bad at mid-level and low-level because their base damage is so low. Like, you really need to have an incredibly specific build to have enough damage on them. And even then, their damage is still kind of meh. I think my best spear character was just Hollow. You did Hollow Twin Spears, and that was pretty good. Okay, this part is a whole toxic thing. These guys could be put into Night Rain, though, I would say. And there's actually been some enemies in Dark Souls 3 that if they had just higher stats, would be, like, tougher than a lot of Elden Ring enemies. They're not always, like, you know, tougher than the toughest Elden Ring enemies, but they're definitely good enough. I would say the strongest Elden Ring trash mobs are like the Horn Scent big boys, like the two-handers. Not the claw variant, they're actually pretty easy. Clear Rot Knights, the super version of Banished Knights that you hardly ever fight. Those are probably the toughest. Okay, this is just cancer, having to fight two of them. There's just, like I was saying earlier, there is no frame that you can attack. I've never done Twin Spears with Crystal Weapon buff, but I imagine that's good. What the fuck are physics?
That kind of works out for me because now they're separated, but that is some bullshit. And these enemies right here, though, would be perfectly fine in Night Rain. And all you really got to do for a lot of these enemies to deal with Elden Ring stuff is just make them unbackstabbable. Like, again, and that's not like some big deal because Crucible Knights aren't backstabbable, so that's fine. Like, you could add in the Dark Souls 3 version of Black Knights and just make them unbackstabbable, and that's pretty good enemy. Yeah, that would be on my list. You might need to buff the Black Knights just a tiny bit, but Silver Knights, Black Knights, Lothric Knights, especially the blue ones, Cathedral Knights, especially the two-handed ones, these fuckers, like those, and Bone Wheels. And then let's see, Dark Souls 2. Now, the issue with Dark Souls 2 enemies is their animations are very poor. Like, they just look really sloppy and bad. Like, they're really bad. They won't look good in Night Rain, so that takes more work because you have to fix them. Like, you literally, they would be so unbelievably out of place in Night Rain. But there are still some fun enemies. Let me think. There's a lot of shitty ones, but there's still some okay ones. Let's see. There's the Cyan Knights. They're all right. But yeah, they definitely need their animation. I don't know though. They're pretty fucking slow because Dark Souls 2 is a much slower game. There's the Desert Pyromancers. People would want those in anyway because they're hot and all that. That's like a really popular mob, but their moveset is pretty good, honestly. There is the what are they called? I don't remember their name. Like the Arch Dragon guys, like the white coats. I don't remember what they're called, but they're fine. Oh, the Dragon Knight guys before the Ancient Dragon dude with the black armor, the Drake Blood. No, it's not Drake Blood. I don't remember what they're called, but those guys are pretty sick. The problem with Dark Souls 2 though is just how the fuck, dude? I am so far away, and you could literally see it where his thing hit, and it was not where I was. God, those ice guys. God, that is so annoying that just killed me. So now I have to do all of that all over again. The Dark Souls 2 enemies have the absolute hardest time getting in, I think, because the Dark Souls 2 is the slowest game. Like, your movement and your roll distance and everything is just by far the slowest game. Dark Souls 1 too, though, to a degree, but and then their animations are bad. I mean, that's just, you can love Dark Souls 2 as much as you want, but the animation quality on the enemies is very, very, very sloppy. Like Dark Souls 1 animations are much better. Like, nothing looks clean in Dark Souls 2. Like, all the running animations and shit, everything looks bad. So that would be very time-consuming. But if I was them, I would still pick a few enemies from Dark Souls 2 to put in. For one variety's sake, and just make people happy. God, you have to be so close to lock on in this game. I will say, I don't like the glaive variant of this guy much. Not all of his attacks are like this, but he has a few attacks that really are just delay then fire off like a laser. The axe ones are a bit better about that. That attack right there would be pretty fun in Night Rain, though, especially if you couldn't backstab them out of it. Wow, they both got in somehow. We out here defying physics. The one attack the axe ones have I don't like is they'll do a swing and then do a follow-up like spin swing that is just so fast you could not possibly react to it. It's definitely very much a memorization thing. But it's like, doesn't do too much damage, so I think it's kind of Not too bad. And having like one thing in someone's moveset that is very memorization based, I don't think is terrible. It's when their whole fucking moveset is like that. Jesus, dude. These guys are a lot more annoying than I remember. But it's mainly because I'm under-leveled and there's 3 of them. And these ones are actually different than the typical ones you fight. They're like special. And you only fight them here though, so it's kind of wild they gave them some unique animations and stuff. Some of their own unique attacks. When you only fight them this one time. But that's a good reason to put them in Night Rain, in my opinion, so you put that animation time to good use. Yeah, with how big those guys are and like the force they're... Because they're not just falling with gravity, you know, they're slamming down with their wings and shit, and... Yeah, this is one hell of a roof. But yeah, these guys would work better in Elden Ring than they do in Dark Souls 3 even. And then, if you make them unbackstabbable like Crucible Knights, I think they'd be pretty sick. Damn. Because, like, you should be able to hit him after he whiffs that, but you should only get, like, an R1 or so, which is how Crucible Knights work. Dude, that damage, though. Bro. I feel like Executor would have a lot of fun pairing these guys. They're like almost awesome to fight, but some of the delay bullshit stuff is annoying. But like they're not too bad. Splitting them up is a pain though. That's kind of what the encounter is. I swear that's why you have all these archways and stuff. They definitely want you to use the environment. The one way you could fight them pretty head on is if you're you parry. You can get that spell they do with the rays of light coming down, but it's the damage is, if you really invest in it, the damage is okay, but it's not super great, and then the beams are really inconsistent, and that would be more okay if the damage was crazy high to put up with the inconsistency, but it really isn't. Yeah, that's actually it right there. If I remember correctly, the one of Guinevere's kids. Is there anything else up here? I think there might be. Am I crazy? Well, I think we got what matters. The slab is the big part. What are the best miracles in Dark Souls 3? There's like the ring discus stuff from the DLC. Sometimes the lightning, like the generic lightning stuff is fine. You just punish stuff with it. But mostly the buffs. That's normally what makes most miracle stuff good, is the buff. I thought there was something up here. I swear I'm... Oh yeah, those treasure chests are easy to miss. God damn. But yeah, you've got like, you know, anti-magic shield and Tears of Denial. That's a staple. Tears of Denial, whenever you die, you instead of dying, you have 1 HP instead. Very good. Because like it means they will have to hit you one more time, boss or PvP. Really funny in PvP though, because like Tears of Denial is everywhere in PvP. But Armor of Thorns, you can like hit them and pop the Tears of Denial and then just roll into them with the thorns and it'll kill them. Which is incredibly satisfying. I think what we're gonna do, chat, is we're gonna fight Twin Princes now, but not kill them. Just kind of show it off and enjoy the fight a bit and then quit out or die. And then do it for real next time. Because I'm a bit tired and I need to eat and blah, 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 but... I do love the Twin Prince fight, though. I love their lore, which we have not really talked about this entire time, but I love their lore. I just, the battlefield, the music, like, it's so good. There's actually another slab you can get here. I wouldn't really call it a shortcut, but there's an alternate way up here on the right. I think the distance to get back is about the same. I'll show it off here. Bro. That damage. Those guys need to be in Night Rain ASAP, though. They've added one trash mob from not Elden Ring into Night Rain, and that's the spiders. This is such a weird shortcut. Like, the bonfire's way the fuck over here. And, like, I guess the benefit to this bonfire is you don't have to run past the mobs. But if anything, this is a longer run back. I mean, they're probably somewhat comparable, but this is probably a longer run back. Booters, yep. Alright. Now, I guess I'll grab the slab real quick, just so I don't have to do it later and I can show it off. Hidden elevator. I guess this is like a hidden panic room or something. Took 3 years of taxes for them to pay for that. Yeah, that probably would be pretty expensive. I missed that slab in almost every run of mine. Oof. No, I don't think every boss is an heir to fire. Oh, speaking of, it's easy to miss this because if you loot in Night Rain, like right after the boss dies, which most people do, they'll loot the orb as soon as they can. But if you loot right away, you won't see this. But if you beat a Dark Souls 1 boss, it will say victory achieved, and shit like that. And if you kill, like, the Dark Souls 3 boss, it'll say heir to fire, slain, or whatever. It's pretty cool. And they'll play the same sound effect and all that. Yeah, I've never paid attention to Dark Souls 3. I don't remember if it says that just for, like, major bosses and stuff, or if it's literally everyone. I don't know. I didn't really pay attention. They should bring back You Defeated. That is just, it's so special. I miss that so much. Like, it's terrible grammar and it makes no sense, but it is just so great. Okay.
Oh dear. Another dogged contender. Welcome, unkindled one.
I love that
Hurtling
line.
cinders. Mind you, the mantle of Lord interests me none. The fire-linking curse, the legacy of lords, let it all fade into nothing. You've done quite enough. Now have your rest.
Damn. Oh, you didn't like that. I'm used to Elden Ring movement where you can like run and jump to get a burst of speed. Not a thing here. I forgot you could get a knockdown here. Ooh, I barely got that right. I did it! We beat the boss!
Dear brother, I'm on my way. My brother, unyielding sword of Lothric's prince. for that is our curse.
Beating up on a cripple. I bet you feel proud of yourself. Yeah, I know, right? They might be about to beat up on me, though. We'll see. I'm having a hard time with Lucern's speed. I'm not like sure what I can get away with. The music is so good. I rolled too soon. That was tense. Fuck. Fuck. Too greedy. I got a hit there because of the fucking roll-in pit we were talking about earlier with running. Feels bad. Okay, well, we gotta quit out because that was so tense. Like, I didn't know if I was gonna win or lose. I'm down out of flasks and we're both low on health. I was like, fuck. But we've got him there. We gotta quit out. Oh my god, that's the best fight ever, dude. That was actually pretty tense. Like, boy, I was had a focus there. I was about to die. That is probably my favorite fight in the series. It's just like the music's so good. It's not the hardest fight, but it's hard enough if you're not, you do have to hold your level back, unfortunately, but like if your stats are reasonable and everything, it's really fun. And just like the sound effects of his like sword hitting the ground as you roll and everything is just, it's so good. And like they have such a great story. Like that fight is so good. Like it's a tough call because there's some great bosses throughout the series, but I do think that is my favorite. Every time I do it, I'm just like, it's just so memorable. It's so enjoyable. I like every second of it. The only time it's not like that is if I'm like level, you know, 80 or some shit at this point, or even 60 is a bit much, and you kind of just slap the shit out of them. Because like, here's why that really matters. They have a certain attacks that are kind of tricky, like the teleports, right? And so you kind of need to figure out, because I was getting hit by a lot of the tricky stuff, and I was starting to figure it out by the end, right? I was starting to stop getting hit by some of it, but because my stats aren't really high, it's wearing me out, right? I ran out of flasks, and I'm you know, I'm still +7, like I could be lower than that, but because I'm not figuring out, you know, maybe fast enough some of those attacks that they're doing, it's starting to lead to me potentially dying. Or if I'm level, I'm level 39. If I was level 55 even, or 60, 70, and then I've got like a +10, plus, you know, 15, whatever it caps out in this game, you know, I'm not gonna have to figure those attacks out. You know, I could pretty much get hit by their tricky attacks every single time that they do it. Right, like the Excalibur Blast and the Teleport Slam and the Poke, right? What I normally do when I really want to love the fight is I use a strong weapon like Dragon Slayer Axe or something like that, but I'm like +2, right? And then I normally, because I kind of need to make a YouTube video of that because Dragon Slayer Axe is my favorite axe. You know, like doing that fight, which is my favorite fight, that'd be cool. The problem is everyone, oh my god, anytime people do low-level videos, it's always Dragon Slayer Axe. And it's not because they like axes, it's because Dragon Slayer Axe is so good. I'm very tempted when Tarnished Edition comes out to use a shield a lot. I mean, shields are normally a hard time. Like, I mean, they're an easy time against certain enemies like thralls, but they're actually pretty hard to use against tougher stuff. So I've been thinking about maybe doing that for the Tarnished Edition. We'll see. Oh, I see. You did, although you did no shield. The straight sword's sick. This moveset right now, that's not it. That moveset is so good. And this roll catch is like mad. Like, you'd be fighting somebody and you can either just like walk up and swing again, or sometimes it's like double swinging will catch him in a roll catch. This fucking weapon is insane. Can we get Dragon Slayer Axe in Tarnished Edition? I fucking hope so. I'd be so happy. They're adding the bloody Lucatiel sword, so we could get some Creighton love. There's one armor set that has not been revealed, and probably one weapon because of that. Because he said they're adding 4 armor sets, and we've seen 3. So there's one we don't know. I doubt, if it's Creighton, we probably would get Dragon Slayer armor, but I don't think they're going to do Creighton, because I think they're doing Lucatiel, the other armor set's probably going to be like Dark Souls 1 or 3, or a brand new set. Because we have Lucatiel's set, 2 new sets, and then the 1 unknown, right? So that unknown could be a new set, and it could be a throwback. We'll see. So it could be like Elite Knight armor. You know, that's like the throwback. I don't think it'll be Solaire because they used it in Night Rain. So I think like Alva's off the table, Thorns is off the table, Iron Set for Solaire is off the table. But like Elite Knight's not in Night Rain, and that's actually kind of weird that it's not. So maybe they're using it in the Tarnished Edition. Yeah, dude, I mean, straight sword, it's like, it's so easy to do stuff to like catch even really good players, because you can, spam is actually effective. R1, right, that's crazy effective, and then you can also do like R1, R2, that roll catches all the time, or you can do R1, right, like, it's so bullshit. You can just basically do shit at random, and you're gonna get people.
Because there's unreactable, and like there's just so many options with this thing that are all so fucking strong. And this weapon is easy S tier. It's like this thing, and there's Pontiff, Knight Sword, Gunder's Halberd, but you have to, it's only for swapping to it. And the Twin Axes, again, only for swapping to it. Murky Hand Scythe. Some of the spears are really good. Murky's Hand Scythe is just broken as hell. But yeah, the fucking longsword. Cracked as hell. The, oh yeah, katana is good. Regular katana is good. It's not quite as good as the other stuff we mentioned, but they are quite good. Longsword has been good in every single FromSoft game, though. They do it on purpose. They make sure katanas are good, and they make sure longswords are good. There's never been a game where they're not really, really good. Axe was really only good in Dark Souls 2. Like, Dragon Slayer Axe is good in 3, but it's not because of the Axe moveset. It's just because the stats are so high. That's the whole reason. I will say this, though. The moveset in Dark Souls 3, that the R1, that forward momentum you get, makes it leaps and bounds better than the Elden Ring Axe moveset. If the Elden Ring Axe moveset could get that forward momentum that you have in Dark Souls 3, it'd be much, 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 much better. Yeah, I know. Stance is actually really good in Elden Ring. I remember I used it for, like, my first playthrough to beat up Tree Sentinel, and it fucking wrecked him. And now we got that Stance Talisman. Maybe we try that. We'll certainly, no matter what build we are, we will absolutely, every build can use a straight sword, right? They're so versatile. Like, no matter what build you are, you can do it. So we'll have, I'll make sure we have a longsword on the side with Stance. And once we get the Stance Talisman, we'll test that out. Because that could be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to actually playing Elden Ring again and like really like playing it and taking my time with it and, you know, doing all this shit. I want to be able to PvP as I go, but once the games are out for a long time, it's really hard to PvP until your character is complete, right? Because everything you invade and everything you're invaded by is going to be complete. Especially if you're solo, right? Like if you don't have friends with you and stuff. Because if you have friends with you, then getting invaded by a complete character is no problem, but... I'm stuck on Demon Prince, bro. Any tips? It's been a while since I've fought him, but, you know, you gotta be patient. That's a big thing. You gotta, control your camera. The kill order helps a lot. It helps so much. I don't remember. Basically, depending on which demon you kill first, it changes their super form. And one of their super forms does like a laser attack. That's the one you want. Because that one is super easy to punish and you can get a bunch of damage in. Where the other one does like some cheap nonsense that's super obnoxious to deal with. I wish I could remember what the kill order is, but that makes a big impact on the fight difficulty. Maybe someone in chat remembers, but yeah, you just want to kill the one that results in them turning into the demon that has the laser beam. Killing the demon that starts off powered down is the one you want to kill first. Okay, I don't remember what. Yeah, I don't know the name, but it's easy to miss that. The way the fight is, it's very easy to miss that. But yeah, it definitely helps. Oh no, last. I'll kill last. Okay, read that wrong. Yeah, killing the demon that starts off powered down, so no flame, is the one you want to kill last. So the one that starts powered up is the one you want to kill first. I'll remember that for when I get back to Demon Prince. But yeah, Demon Prince is pretty fun. I used to hate it, but I've kind of grown to enjoy it. It's tense. It's a really tense fight. Yeah, I tell you, Frida is normally pretty tense because it's so long. So that's going to be a 1. Medira's awesome. Gale's awesome. I beat Frida today. It was so satisfying. Yeah, I haven't fought her in a long time, so I'm kind of looking forward to it. I just don't like if you die to the 3rd phase. Like, phase 1 and 2 aren't that interesting. It's kind of annoying if you're stuck on something in phase 3. You have to go through phase 1 and 2 to get there. But, you know, it is what it is. And, oh, man, Medira. And normally when I get around to playing Dark Souls 3 like I am right now, what I'm looking forward to the most is Pontiff, Twin Prince, Demon Princes, and Medira.
And I of course I want to fight Gundyr and all them too, of course. But like, those are the fights that I'm like so happy to fight. Yeah, I don't like Bale that much. He's whatever. He still has camera nonsense and Elden Ring laser bullshit, so I'm just like, eh. Midir is the only dragon fight that I really like. I don't mind the dragon in Night Rain, but he's a little easy, to be honest. He's one of the only bosses in Night Rain that I felt was a little easy. He's not like annoying, so that's good. Although he's a little annoying with the frostbite. Like, he'll just do attacks where there's an aura around him that just frostbites you, and that's not really fun to deal with. But yeah, I don't think the first phase of Nameless King is that great. It's not hard in Elden Ring though, because you're so much stronger in Elden Ring. You can just demolish the first phase. And like, when he does the breath attack, in Night Rain, you can just super sprint. And you can just get out of the way of it. Where in Dark Souls 3, if you're even kind of near him, you're just going to get hit no matter what you do. Oh, Gaping Dragon. He is better. Gaping Dragon did get buffed. In Night Rain, at least. It's not enough, but it helped, kind of. It actually kind of makes him annoying, to be honest. Because he'll have all that muck around him for so long that you can't do anything if you're melee. Well, I had a lot of fun. I need to eat. I'm starving to death. So we'll do Twin Princes for real next time. And then it's about DLC time. Because we could save... well... What do we do, chat? Can you do Soul Ascender and then do the DLC? I'm pretty sure you can, right? Because Soul Ascender's stat requirement really is a lot lower, right, than the DLC. So we should probably do Soul Ascender first, even though he is the climactic, awesome final boss. But because I've done the DLC at super low level before, but I'm not really in the mood to do Frida and Demon Prince at level 39. You know, we done it, but I think I'd rather be a bit... Also, I just want to I want to have more build options. I want to, like, do faith stuff. I want to mess around a bit. Especially for the DLC. Like, I've done it low level before. I got nothing to prove. We might do another stream today, though. Yeah. What do we do Vindictus? Do we do Night Rain? We could do more Dark Souls 3, but maybe we save that for, like, tomorrow. Because I gotta go eat and stuff, but that's not going to take all night. Some Night Rain wouldn't be terrible. I'd say Vindictus, but it's... I can run it off stream, no problem. But it really struggled last time I streamed it. Because it's not optimized at all. So that it's a very hard game to stream, which sucks because it's awesome. Fucking good game. It's only available for a few more days, right? And maybe some Night Rain. Be a nice contrast to, yeah, maybe I could stream it on Discord. I don't even know. I'm not sure how much more taxing that is or not. But yeah, maybe just some Night Rain. Mix it up a little bit. That does sound kind of good. All right, well, I'm going to go eat. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I'll probably stream again in a few hours, depending on, like, what I do in real life. But, yeah, I think we'll do Night Rain. That sounds good. All right, thank you guys. You're the best. I am out of here. Tito, why you gotta do that? Making me sad.